Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Happy rage training. We're gonna be playing Final Fantasy 14. Welcome in, Tanya. We're gonna be playing Final Fantasy 14. We're gonna be doing our usual thing. But obviously we'll be live for a little bit longer. I'm thinking that we'll do some of my leveling roulettes to finish Red Mage because I still haven't done that. And then I know that Katie's gonna be joining me for some shared fates a little bit later. Yeah, we are part of this raid train that is hosted by the Rainbow Beacon and our lovely friend Mo. Let me do a shout out for Mo. I'm certain I've spelt that right. Had a lot of fun earlier. Was on stream with Jasmine Can't Play stream, was doing Lethal Company. Genuinely don't think I have laughs. I think the reason why I'm so tired right now is because I laughed so hard while playing that game. They're all a good egg of good. They're a group of good eggs, I should say. But yeah, that's what we're here for. These are our goals. We've hit the $100, so I should update that command to be like reached. So now we're in the $200 mark. Let me go. I'll go reached. Complete. Change that. But yeah, we'll just be vibing tonight. We're keeping it low key. I think I'll do some leveling and then we hang out with Katie doing some shared fates. We've got a 4-hour stream ahead of us. Let me post in the Discord that I am up and running. Let me post that. Oh, I hear someone's here, but I'm not looking at chat. Who is it? Busby! Hiya, Busby. I'm just posting in. I'm going to mostly be lurking. Go for it. Go for it. I know that you've been helping out with this train as well. So lurk away. But no, I've been having fun. I was train sitting today and then also was on the stream with Mo, Jazz, Diver. I've never played games with them before, but I had an absolute blast. Okay, I've posted in the Discord. But we'll be playing some Final Fantasy. I was contemplating if I would do, because I know Mossy's not here. Mossy's at a convention. Tear rolls down cheek. We will miss Mossy. So I thought, would I do some MSQ? Or I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. All I know is that we're doing shared fates later in about 2 hours with Katie. How did Lethal go? I don't think I have not laughed as hard as I did in a very long time as I did playing that game. The group of people that they had together for that was absolutely incredible. It was so funny. I did record my POV of us, excuse me, how rude. Me hiccuping like that. I did record my POV, so I am planning tomorrow while I'm train sitting to edit that together and put that up on YouTube. A random info a day keeps the brain work a day. Would you like today's piece of info? Yes, Mr. Phoenix. I look forward to it. I can't wait to see what it is. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And like, because I was having so much fun laughing, I'm a bit tired. I'm a little tired. But yeah. Let me get us ready to go over to Final Fantasy. So I'm not sure what I want to do for the first little bit. A dragonfly is a flying insect belonging to the infraorder Inisoptera, below the order Obinata. About 3,000 extant species of dragonflies are known. Most are tropical, with fewer species in temperate regions. Loss of wetland habitat, I can read, threatens dragonfly populations around the world. There was just a massive crack of thunder, like right outside my window. Oh my goodness. But thank you for the fun fact, Mr. Phoenix. I appreciate it. And I hope that you're well. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do for the first 2 hours. I don't know. But let's move over to the game. I'm gonna pet your avatar's head. I did have a head pats redeem, but it broke, and I haven't fixed it. But I will accept the head pats in spirit. And then I should put. This should drop. This is a person that I commissioned for my VTuber model. Aggressively pass your head, thank you. Open tenure is currently 67% stinky. Looks like we got to think about having a shower. So I don't know what I want to do. I could continue with MSQ. Or we just do good old leveling roulettes. I'm not geared enough. How much gear do I need to... That's not what I want. What do I need? 625 and I'm at 613. These queues are probably dead. Yes. They are dead. I can't do alliance raids. Maybe we'll just do leveling. Keep it chill. You'll see how terrible I am at Red Mage. And all that fun stuff. And then we'll be doing shared face with Katie later. Yeah, we are live for the Rainbow Beacons road train. I'm so glad you can't see me trying to type out this command. If you want to donate, we are helping out 2 LGBTQIA plus members, helping out. Why can't I speak? We are helping them raise money for their expenses, and we do have some goals. We've hit the $100 goal. We're now onto the $200 goal. Yeah. But that's what we're here for today. Oh my god, it's already... Ah! But we're just going to be keeping it fairly chill. Keeping it fairly chill. I don't have any... I didn't set up any individual... just our stream... milestones. But... we can still vibe. What is this? Oh, it's this dungeon. I feel like this has changed. Has it changed? I haven't played this in a little while. So we'll see how we go. I've had a bit of a break. I've been so hyper-focused on Minecraft of late. Oh. Da, 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 da. Do I remember how to play Red Mage? We will find out. I did also think about potentially unlocking raids as well, because I've got to do the most recent tier of raids. But I don't think I'm completely switched on for that. Da, da, da. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, ba. I want to attack this one first. But no, I had an absolute blast playing Lethal Company. Like, genuinely, I walked away with like a giant grin on my face. I was really nervous at the start because I didn't know the people, like I hadn't played with them before. And I only really knew Mo. But I had so much fun and I'm so proud of myself for like going, yes, I'll do it. Because 2026 is the year of me accepting and saying yes. Hi, Joe, welcome in. That's wrong. Hope that you're well. I hope you and chat are doing well. I'm doing good. I'm a little sleepy. But other than that, we're vibing. I'm also, like, today, while I was, like, train sitting the raid train today, I was packing, getting ready to pack for Formula 1. I forget what I meant to do. What was I saying? Oh, I was packing for the Formula 1. Because next weekend, I'll be hitting the road. And Bruno had a late night salad with chimkin. Let's go. I just had chicken nuggets for dinner again. Is this where I gotta take it? Yeah, that's right. Why aren't you in there? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Get in the hole. Okay, I'm failing at this. Dono nugs or nugs from Macca's? Like just chicken, like tempura chicken nuggets. I have a big bag that I get from the supermarket and I chuck them in the air fryer. I don't know why I opened that. I think I remember. I'm like trying to remember the end of like the last bit of this dungeon. Did I just kick my dog in the face by accident? Whoops. I can't remember what I was saying. I'm really all over the shop. I miss the pre-white meat chicken nuggets from Macca's. It was better because they had flavor from dark meat, and I'm sure they fried them in beef tallow. I haven't had McDonald's in a hot second. And I didn't even know. All I know when I used to be a manager at Macca's, all I know is that in Australia they come like pre-fried because to like prevent potential food poisoning. But as far as I'm aware, they've always been the same my entire life. I'm fairly certain. At least in Australian McDonald's. But I can't verify for the fact. For like the last 2 years. Ish. Oh, I'm... Pop, use your AoEs and use your right casts. Good God. Letting the team down. I'm very, again, I haven't, because I only started eating meat again this year after 10 years of not eating meat. I don't know anything really about meat. And my mum was like I didn't know the difference between like the different steaks and stuff because I never had to learn. So I'm like, I don't know. I only just recently learnt the difference between long cut and short cut bacon. Because my entire adult life, I've simply not ever had to buy meat. Oh, I can... I'm unsure what that means. Oh, yep. I'm catching on. And it would be great if I used the right things. I can't wait till I finish leveling this. Where's the... There's a thingy that sends you up to... Right? The only vegetarian vegan foods I have beef with are ones that are trying to convince you are like meat products. Foods I have beef with. Oh, as in like the what, like when they have like bacon and stuff like that. I don't mind. There used to be a really tasty like fake bacon that I like and I still occasionally buy because I just miss the taste of it. I would still be veggie if it weren't for health. It's just a reminder of what I'm not having. See, we're like, I completely forgot about how everything tastes. So I'm like rediscovering new flavors again. Cause like all I knew was that. Just die already. Come on. There used to also be a really good like fake chicken schnitzel I used to get that was real tasty and it had like garlic and stuff in it. Oh, to die for. That's making me think that I want to go get it. The thing that one thing that I hated as a vegetarian is that, like, for example, there was a burger place that I used to live near. They, instead of it being a patty, it was just like the top of a mushroom. Disgusting. Gross. Ew. No problem having avocado toast with tofurkey. Thing is I can't have avocado toast because I'm allergic to avocado. I know how to play this job. Not really. I really don't. My sympathies. It's okay because I didn't like it anyway. I didn't like it as a child. It is a little bit annoying when I go and get like Mexican food and the amount of times that I've had to send my nachos back because they've put avocado on it even when I've asked for no avocado is a little bit sad, but... Oh, I can... Oh, I don't want... my inventory is nearly full. That is unfortunate. I guess they're going through motions just... yeah. But there was one time we sent it back and we were like, we have an avocado allergy. They just like flipped it over and like redid the top. So there was still traces of avocado, but I only knew when I got to the bottom. I was very sick. And very grumpy. And we never went back there again. Do-do-do-do-do. Anyway. It made me, because that was before I worked in food service for a period of time, that made me very, like, particular. I was like, I'm gonna make sure if these people ask for no something, they're not getting it. It's okay. Ow, why did that hurt so much? I do like the gap closer for Red Mage. I will say that. I do like a good gap closer. I don't remember what. Oh, that's right. Ah. Ah. Oh. Tomatillos over there? Describe them and maybe but I've not heard of tomatillos. They look like small green tomatoes with its own wrapping. I've not seen them, but I'm not saying that they don't exist at all. But I've not seen... I've not, because there might be like more in like a city or something, not necessarily a regional town, maybe. It's what's mainly used in green salsa, a bit sour. I can't say. I've only ever had salsa that's red. Oh, I should have used limit break. Oh well. Let's give it to the healer. So unlikely, yeah. I've only ever seen red. Let me Google it. Let's Google. Let's do. Oh, I don't need to do this in this game. I'm so used to having to escape. Yeah, I've not seen those. I've not seen those before. This is a completely new fruit. Is it a fruit? What is it? Is it a fruit? Well, it's a husk tomato, so I'm assuming it's a fruit. Yes, green purple fruit. I've learnt something today. I've learnt something today. I don't like the flavor of them myself, which is unfortunate because everyone else is like, it's the best. That's me with... I actually can't think of something that I'm like that with. Next. Wait time 22 minutes? Okay, hopefully we can have something a bit quick. Oh, never mind. We're good. Oh, these two are a duo, you can tell. What a duo. And it's not like I'm being picky, I get almost visceral attraction to the taste. Trying to think what... I'm more of like a texture of a food. Visceral reaction. I'm more of a texture of food that is my issue. If the texture's bad, I don't... Actually, you know what? I hate raspberries. That's probably something that everyone's like, oh, I love raspberries. Even if I'm having like a mixed berry smoothie, if it's got raspberries in it, like all I can taste is the raspberries, and I hate the taste of raspberries. Like, ugh. They just taste like, I don't know how to describe, like chemically to me. Whoops! So yeah, I have to do the thing, like if I go somewhere for breakfast and I want to get like the pancakes with the mixed berries, I have to be like, and can I please not have any raspberries, please? No raspberries. Weekends. Da, da, da. Oh, I think my dog's asking to be let out, but I can't really do that for him right now, bud. I can't really do that for you right now, buddy. Isn't there like an ad that's meant to show up here? Hold up. My friend still eats cilantro coriander in spite of them having that thing where it tastes like soap. Where's the ad? I'm sure they're messing with me when they said soap kind of good though. So obviously whenever they swore as a child and they had to wash their mouth out with soap, that was not really a punishment for them, obviously. They were like, tasty soap. It's a treat. Oh. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. No, I can't have coriander. It tastes like soap to me. I've got the soap gene. What do these look like? Oh, they're kind of cute. Oh my goodness, a raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in. You're also playing Final Fantasy. DJ Autism Kitty, welcome in. To those that don't know me, my name is Pop. I'm a silly little VTuber from Australia. I use they, them pronouns. We play Final Fantasy 14, Minecraft, and story games, as well as do some co-working and art streams here. We are a lurker-friendly space. We have anonymous follows. We're pretty chill, and right now we are live for the Rainbow Beacons first mutual aid raid train, which is benefiting to LGBTQIA+ members. And we'll be live for the next 3.5-ish hours. So welcome in, and thank you for the raid. And if you need to raid and run, that is totally okay, but I hope that your stream went well. And you had a fun time. We're just vibing. We're just vibing and hanging out. I'm trying to finish leveling Red Mage. I'm terrible at Red Mage. But we're having fun. Oh, did we not do the full pull? Oh. Not that I'm a tank or a hero in this, so I'm not here to get the rush of it, but... What side is? I'll claim this side then. If I remember correctly, Red Mage is just getting 2 bars, yeah, and then doing the thing, yeah. I just have the issue of Oop. I have the issue where I get my, like, because there's a long cast and a short cast, and I, like, mess it up. And I'm like, nope, not that one. Wrong one. That's the short cast. Oh, it's a follow AoE. Oops. Oops. I didn't realize it was a follow. Oh god. I'm doing so good. I'm doing so good at this game. I'm so good at this game. I didn't mean to do that. Let me out. Do 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 do. Yay! Da, 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 da. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. This might be actually one of my favorite dungeons to run, like as a tank or a healer, because it's kind of fun with that big spicy pool. I'm like becoming where I like this. They scare me a little, but like the rush you get when you get them right, so nice. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Oh, I should use my thingy. Do, 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 do. No, I can't wait to finish leveling everything. And then I can do my crafters and my healers. And we can do like chill like crafting and gathering streams. Be so much fun. Da, 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 da. I've not been in a dungeon where people have taken them in here. This is new to me. I suppose it's to avoid the pufferfish, I'm assuming. Da, da. You remember people doing pools like this? I've just normally like had them stay in that area. Do, 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 do. Oh, I need to stretch after this. Everyone tell me to get up after this and have a stretch. And I'll let Otto out because he keeps looking at me like, please let me out. Ah! I helped so much just then. I helped so much. Thank you for the hydration reminder. And let the dog out. Oh, wait. I need to hydrate. See, look, I pressed the wrong thing. I think I'm up to where I'm not, and anyway. Let's give it to the healer. Okay, I'm gonna stretch. Everyone stretch. Everyone stretch. You can see me moving. Everyone stretch. It's not quite working. Stretching. I'm standing and I'm stretching. Too bad you can't see my like arms moving. That'd be cool if I had a full tracking thing, but I don't. I can just do this when I stretch. I used minimize. I became a trinket on the shelf. Wait, I'll do it again. Oh, it's not working. Is it not working? I'm a trinket on the shelf. I'm a trinket on the shelf behind me. Oh. Thank you for the follow. What's next? Trials. We should be receiving the raid train in about 15 minutes. Ooh! Katie just messaged me that we can't do fates. So, you know what we might do? You know what we might do before the raid train arrives? We might switch over to Minecraft. Because my brain's more in that. Let's do that. Because I didn't know if Katie was... Like, I just saw a message on Discord that Katie wasn't feeling up to it. But I'm very hyper-focused on Minecraft at the moment. Let me change. Because I want to like organize my storage and stuff a bit better. And keep going with farms and such. So we'll swap over. Face what happened? You still happy for me to come give you goodies? Oh, I can jump back on after stream. Because I'm jumping over to Minecraft now. But no, I just got a message from Katie that she wasn't. I was going to message Katie earlier and be like, hey, is it okay if we don't do fates? But I knew that she had plans to do it on, she like arranged her parents' PC to do it. So I didn't switch. But now that Katie's message, it's like one of those things when you're like hoping someone cancels. You're like, please someone else cancel so I'm not the one that has to do it. Bum, bum. I'm just after the collab stream we did earlier today, I'm low energy, so I need to do something that's like my brain actually really wants to do.
Hello there.
Hi, Morgan. Let me. Okay, let me move me over. Oh wait, I should join there. I get it though. I'm chill. You'd rather focus your energy towards Minecraft. We can tee up another time. I am sorry though. I am sorry. Because we've got a bit of a longer stream. Instead of finishing at 10 p.m, we'll be finishing at 11. So I want to conserve my energy. I am though really excited for tomorrow though to do Indiana Jones because that's the story thing, and we've had to miss a fair few Indiana Jones streams, and I'm excited to like lock in and get as much of that done as we can. So tomorrow we'll stick with Indiana Jones probably. Okay, now let's go over to this screen and make sure Minecraft. Are you going to show up Minecraft? There we go. I need to make you a little wider. Because for some reason when I do proper full screen on Minecraft, I can't get my mouse off the screen. Okay, here we are. Oh, I can't believe that's still there. You know what we could do today? No, I need to organize storage, but we could also start with... I had another big project in mind. I need to repair my stuff. But I don't know how to... I've never made... Again. I don't know how to make the other lanterns that exist. Will they show up? Like, how do I make this? Honeycomb. Oh, copper lanterns. I can make copper lanterns probably. But a soul lantern? How do I make a soul torch? I've never done that before. Soul sand. But basically I saw I should put my clothes back on even though they're badly damaged. Mossy sent it to me, but like where they have, it's like it looks like the floor looks like a galaxy. And I wanted to do that in like here. It's probably going to meet up with that, but that's fine. Because basically I want my tunnel and I want to have like offshoots of stuff. This isn't finished yet, but that's okay. So I could start building that today and try to get the floor, because then I want to get everyone's, how we have everyone's heads here. I will move those and like everyone will have like everyone that's on the server have like a little section of it. I'm explaining it terribly, but it's fine. Da, 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 da. This will just become the haul of all the things that I haven't completed. Or should I have it coming out of this way? I don't know. We'll see. I also, okay, I'm all over the shop. When you remove my head, I hope you will do it with one clean strike. Of course. I will do it with honor. I will do it with honor. I also need to get more leather, which, because I want to, okay, everyone. It's time to lock in. It's time to lock in. My brain needs, I need to lock in. I'm going to write a note in front of me because the undiagnosed ADHD is kind of getting to me today. Let me write. Fix storage. That is what we will focus on today. So I have so much cobblestone. So much cobblestone and stone that I'm gonna probably move them to a different location. Let's make these cobblestone. Let me put all my stuff away. Whenever I try to lock in, I end up in the middle of a nap, or siesta fiesta, as I'd like to call it. Siesta fiesta. Because I need to properly put stuff away. Would you like me to work on leather for some item frames or do that part yourself? I think we have a bit of a leather farm happening now at the moment over at what we affectionately call Boner Central. So I might take a trip over there. So I should be able to get a fair chunk from there. Lol, Bonus Central? Oh my god, Echo, you have it. Okay, we have to take, we have to take an expedition to Bonus Central. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. I do still need to visit that, been slowly catching up on stuff in the channel as I've had family here. And there's no like pressure of having to like keep up to date. Like don't feel stressed about it. Because half the time, a lot of this stuff happens while I'm asleep and I wake up and I'm like, what the hell have you guys done? And then I stumble through it later. Putting all this stuff away. Put lanterns in there. Chests. That shouldn't go in there. But no, let's properly like... Just gotta remind him to behave. It's fun to see how it's all evolving regardless of how much, yeah. So it takes. So properly sort out storage today. Only 24 to go? I know. I do kind of have in my head, I want to try to push to get to 1,000 this year. That sounds kind of crazy. But like last year I gained like 300 followers. So I want to try and like, that's my little mini goal. But I'm not massively stressed. I'll be rooting you on. Thank you, Echo. I know that that is the American rooting, is what you're saying. Because in Australia, that's a bit rude. Where's my dirt chest? I'm such a visual person that I need my... That's back there. Copper. Copper. What else is like not got stuff? Oh, it is. When you... when you say that you're, oh, I'm rooting someone, it means that you're sleeping with them. So it's like, it's another word for,
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
It's a common thing people say when they go like,
Really?
yeah.
I only hear people say I'm rooting you on as if I'm rooting for you.
People
Yay. I have never heard anyone say it in that context.
I've had people been like, oh, they were having a root.
I have never heard that in my life.
I've heard, well, I can confirm.
I have never heard that in my life.
You are younger than me.
I don't think people say that anymore.
Yeah, they do. Let me put that.
I'm gonna go get myself emeralds.
Okay. Let's organize this. Oh, there's this section as well. What have I been putting in here? Dyes? Let me put that there. These there, maybe? Da, 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 da. Okay, so we're gonna move this stuff because we have so much stone. We have so much. I'm gonna put stone here. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, hello. Smarter, smarter, baby, smarter. And I'm also gonna grab. Just wake up, so I gotta go walk the doggies. Enjoy. Enjoy. I was gonna put them in up here. This is probably still not going to be enough chests, but that's okay. We can just add more. Welcome, Raiders! Here's the raid trade! Welcome, welcome! Welcome, Raiders! I won't introduce myself just yet because we've still got 30 seconds of ads. So I'll leave you be for a second. But I hope that stream went well. I was vibing, enjoying the art vibes. Hell yeah, Han from Stray Kids, let's go. I believe in 5 seconds we should be back from the ads. Okay, we're free from the ads. Welcome, Bin, Wabbit, welcome, Bin. I hope that your stream went well. For those that don't know me, my name is Pop. I'm a silly little VTuber from Australia. I use they, them pronouns. We play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, Minecraft, story games. We do some art and co-working as well. And today we are live for the... One second, give me 1 second, give me 1 second. The Rainbow Beacons first mutual aid raid train. That's what we're here for today. If my voice sounds familiar, I was part of a very fun and entertaining stream a few slots ago. But if you need to raid and run Wabbit, please do so. Please take care of yourself, de-stream, all that fun stuff. But I hope that your stream was super lovely. It was super cozy. And we'll be here vibing for the next 3 hours. Miles is being a little pest. I keep unmuting myself. But I hope that you're well. We'll be here and vibing. Gonna be lurky turkey. Enjoy. Enjoy. And if people aren't following Mo has organized this lovely raid train, so go follow Mo. Go do it, or I'll send you a very strongly worded letter. I'm going down. Can I help you, Miles?
What should I order for dinner?
That should be our incentive. If someone donates money, you can decide what Miles gets for dinner.
I have a very limited selection, seeing as where I live.
I don't know.
National favorites. Hold on, I'm on Uber Eats right now. National favorites.
But
Let's
we're
see.
live on
McDonald's,
the Rockcraft
Hungry
SMP,
Jack's, Domino's,
which
and
is
Sombrero.
my community Minecraft server.
Apparently that's our culture.
And we're
According to Uber
vibing.
Eats.
I was gonna go with Miles doesn't eat until the storage room is done.
Dan Murphy's, holy crap.
That would be a very, very long time. That would be an incredibly long time. But we do have some little incentives. I should have dropped that in
Can I
there.
get some Dan Murphy's?
There are some goals, community goals, for this raid train. We've already hit the $100 mark. But there will be Steam key giveaways if we reach these certain milestones. So, just saying. Just saying. Do. Ba 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 ba.
Ah!
Da, 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 da. This is not going to be enough, is it? That's nearly full. Da, 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 da. And then we'll have to take a trek to Bona Central to get leather. Out of context for people, that probably sounds terrifying. There's just a farm there. There's so much. I don't know, I'm just trying to sort out my storage system. My storage room. And Miles is just apparently going to be following me the whole time. Which one needs more? This needs more in it. I'm never going to run out of stone ever. And I'm doing a build that's majority like wood. Perpetual organization pain. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. That's what it stands for. That's what it stands for. Okay, we're gonna need another. We're gonna need another more chests. Are you just gonna be following me back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm following you as I'm looking at Uber Eats.
I see.
I can order something from Pet Barn.
I'm sure that would be very nutritious for you.
I'm having a look.
Did I empty this
I
one?
think I've
Yes.
well, I nearly just accidentally
Oh, I
ordered
don't have
some
any
Love and Liver Rewards puppy treats. Ooh.
Miles, do you want a bucket? Take that bucket.
A Catwell.
Have a bucket.
A lick mat. Oh, I need one of those, don't I?
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you want to go do me a favor and sleep?
An enriching way to eat. There you go.
Thank you. Oh, I really need more food.
Oh, ready? Ready? Watch this.
Thank you. I'm gonna plant some of these.
Okay. Alcohol. Ooh. Oh my god. Oopsies. Oh, I just broke the glass with my fist. Oh,
Yeah.
give me glass.
You need glass, do you? Well, you should go get some
I broke-
sand. And then you can
No.
smelt it, and then you can put it up.
No. I'm looking at what I can order from Dan Murphy's.
Do. I don't know, Miles, if you cared about your glass so much, maybe you should have taken care of it. What Law said.
What? It was an accident.
I'm just gonna put...
$200. What is that?
Just put that there for now so that I can...
Japanese harmony.
Do. I don't know why they're there.
Health? Can I order pills? Oh my god, I can. Wait, there's a baby category. Can I order a baby?
I do have some spare glass if we want to spare Miles the consequence of their actions. No, Miles can deal with the consequence of their actions.
I'm gonna order a baby.
Oh my god. Oh, I was meant to grab more
What are you
stone.
transporting?
My stone.
Oh.
I'm organizing it.
I ate all of my Fallon last night.
What are you doing?
I'm transporting some. Are you transporting the cobblestone as well?
They're gonna be on the opposite side. So like where I'm putting the stone, but next to it is where the cobblestone will be. I just feel like I needed a lot more space. That's full. That's full. That's full. That's full. Okay. I don't have any scaffolding on me, but I have dirt.
Give it to me. Oh.
So if you have cobblestone, you can put it in the chests that are over there.
I don't have any cobblestone. I just picked up the stone.
How the hell do you do that so quick?
You pick up one stack of stone, and then you hover it over other stone, and then you shift double click.
Holy sh... Oh my god. That's empty, so I can get rid of this. That's empty, but a sword. That's stone.
There's stone in these chests.
Yeah, there's stone everywhere.
Electronics. Oh, Christ. Personal care. I clicked on personal care and it's just showing me lube.
Oh my god.
I'm not lying. That's what Uber Eats thinks I want. And this isn't even. I'm not even logged in. This is just what they show people.
Oh, there's stuff at spawn if you want to check it out that Miles and I got in the nether. Okie doke.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Oh, there's some paw. Okay, I want food. Dude, why isn't there a food section? Why is there just... Oh my god, I want
Because Uber
groceries,
Eats
I
says
want
you gotta go to
fast
the
food.
eat section.
That's what I'm on. Oh my
You on the
god.
grocery section or the eat section?
I found it.
Okay.
I have to go home.
Yeah. Okay.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh! 6, 7. No, there's like, yeah, there's 7 stores I can order from.
I have a food chest. I have food. I have food. That's why I have my farms now. So that I can take care of myself and be a big kid.
Ooh, Hungry Jacks. Oh, Hungry Jacks actually sounds good right now. What's your order from Hungry Jacks?
I don't know. Because I don't really go to Hungry Jack's. What? Why are you making it my problem? Thank you for the hydrate.
I had a Big Mac a couple days ago and it gave me a real bad stomach ache. My bowels did not feel good after it. I ordered the double Big
Hi,
Mac as well.
Busby. Hope you're enjoying your luck. Where do I want flint? Do I have somewhere for flint already? This is why I need to make, that's why I need to make a bunch of photo frames. I need to go for a trip to Bonus Central.
We can go now.
Okay, let's go do that.
Yay! Have you gotten the waystone yet?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Introduce everyone to Bonus Central.
Let's freaking go.
Because I also need some XP as well.
That's Happy Boner over there.
Have you named him?
Dust. Yeah, you can go look at his name tag.
I can't see his name tag, he's too far away.
Hold on. I'll bring him down. Happy Boner.
I can't believe.
Hold on. Come down here. Jump up onto him.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
I see it.
So this is the Boner zone. This is where it all started.
Don't worry, Law gave me a tour.
Here's the leather chest. Oh wait, there's also one over there. There's also one over here.
I'm gonna need so much.
We have 2 arrow chests now.
Law, you tried to make it not get caught by... That's one happy burner. He's happy to see you. Oh my goodness.
You can fish in the boner pond as well.
I know. I know.
I made the boner pond. I got a puffer fish.
I'm just glad Pop didn't hop on it, not the flower.
He's trying to freaking steal my fish. You just stole my name tag!
I didn't even mean to. Here you go.
What the hell?
I didn't mean to.
I'm gonna use this to rename the little guy to little fuck.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
So yeah, this is what we call Boner Central.
You know, I've been left all alone today. Like the helpless child I am.
You're an adult.
I've been so alone.
I've been very busy today. Very, very busy. A busy little bee. That's me.
I haven't. I slept from like 12 to like 4.
I know that tonight I'm gonna have the best sleep of my life.
I'm not. I'm dreading tonight. I slept all day today. I'm gonna have an awful night.
Should hopefully be able to log on about half an hour once the family are out of the house. Have many waystones to seek out and attune by the sounds of it.
Oh, should I take you to the Wither Skeleton Farm?
Sure.
That's gonna be a bit of a trip though. We can do that. I took Law there last night. It only works when either there's only one person online or everyone is in the Nether. So it's it's a farm that you go to when no one else is online.
I see. Or you all agree to go there.
Yeah. I've got a fishing rod. There you go.
I'm full protection, 4 diamond armor. I think Pop. Yeah, no, I'm. Look at my state of my armor.
I can take Pop straight to the nether side of it. I don't have to take Pop. I can avoid the farm itself, I think.
Oh, there's a zombie outside the.
Ow! 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 Stop it! Ow!
And I think something did just shatter. My boots. My boots are gone.
Ow! Ow! Do you want new gear?
I mean, I'll get there eventually. I need to go mining for more diamonds, but I can get there eventually. I'm not doing anything strenuous. Oh wait, there is next week. I need to get it by next week.
If you want, I can make you the gear, but... Or we can do it together.
I'll do it together.
Alright, I got a Nautilus shell. Upper thing. Bucket. We have 2, what's it called? We have 2 bow chests and 2 arrow chests. If you look below them, those are all full.
Oh, goodness.
There's one below.
Oh my goodness. Lots of baby zombies are being spawned. Oh my goodness.
Hold on, I need to stand back in the boner zone.
10 streams, let's go! Let's go, machine. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Has everyone collected their daily rock?
Hello there.
Hold on. There you go.
There we go.
What should I get from Hungry Jack's? Oh, I had an amazing burger the other day. I'm not usually a burger person, but I think I'm becoming a burger person.
Bacon Deluxe, my beloved? Machine, am I imagining this, or are you also Australian? Or am I imagining that discussion that happened?
I mean, large bacon deluxe.
I might have imagined that.
That's a whole meal. I think I'll throw up if I eat that much. Where
You
is
are
just a
Australian.
burger?
I wasn't making it up. There we go. I knew.
Let's go.
When you said
Whopper.
Bacon Deluxe, my beloved, I was like, I didn't make it up, but I just want to double, triple check.
Dude, they so want me to get a Jack's Fried Chicken box. I don't want a freaking Jack's Fried Chicken box.
Miles, I'm not a burger person. Also, Miles, I had a Big Mac a few days ago.
No, okay, listen. But, like, McDonald's burgers are not proper burgers. Like, I had, like, a proper burger.
They're kind of like a fancy
like
sandwich, at best.
Yeah. But I had, like, a proper burger the other day, and I was like, holy crap. That's a good burger. I've been bullied recently because whenever I go to McDonald's, it's usually when I'm traveling and I need a quick breakfast. And so it's like 7 o'clock in the morning, yet I always order the double Big Mac. And people think that's weird. Because they all get hash browns
Well,
and
it's part of the
muffins and all that.
all day menu, so
That's what I say. I say, I want a double Big Mac. And they go, really? I go, yes. And then they bring it up to other people. We meet other people and they're like, guess what Miles had this morning?
when you say
For
people, it's
breakfast.
your family.
No, I'm talking when I'm traveling. I'm with my family. They're the ones who initially comment. And then we go and meet up with whoever we're meeting up with and they're like... and then they feel the need to tell them. I'm addicted to this burrito thing with cheese and spicy
Ooh,
sauce
that
and it with
sounds
chicken toast and
nice.
fries. That sounds good.
For Macca's breakfast, I usually get a Mighty McMuffin.
Wow.
I'm normally like a iced chai with a toasty add-on.
My sister was bullying me because I wouldn't get the pancakes. But I was like, I'm eating this in public. I don't want to eat the sloppiest pancakes in the world in public. I'm not going to eat them dry. I want the syrup on them. But I'm not going to eat something like that in public.
Yeah, I'm very much the same. Like, I only really go to Macca's if I'm traveling and it's the only option.
Yeah.
There is a really nice, I don't want to dox myself because it's only like local to like my town and the next town over. There's a really nice like bakery cafe thing that has a drive-through at the next town over, and that's like whenever I travel to Sydney, I stop in there. Oh, it's so, they make such a good like ham cheese croissant toasted. Oh, it's so good.
Let me look what's on the Bacon Deluxe.
What? Okay, I must know. What's the history with you not liking Sydney? I want to know. Are you like from Melbourne? Is that what it is? I hate Mackie's breakfast here. You need a Macca's breakfast.
Mac on the Macca's breakfast?
That's what
They
you
have
forget.
the-
Mackie's. You need Macca's.
Bacon Deluxe. Is it gonna tell me? Okay, here we go. Tackle
I'm not
hunger
sure it's
head-on
fine for
with this
people who live
unbeatable
at or near
combo.
there, but when it's a 2.5 hour drive to get there, it's 4 hours for me. Like I will say, okay,
You
I
don't
will
want to know
preface
how
this.
long I travel.
No, I want to preface this. I'm used to traveling to up to miles, and miles is a 12-hour drive for me. So a drive to Sydney is like a quick day trip now.
Dude, I go
4
to
hours.
Sydney often, and it is a
Yours
8
is like
to
8
9 hour
hours,
drive
yeah.
for me, and I do that often.
For me, I'm like, oh, I want to go to Sydney, and I'm like, oh, I can go on Saturday, and I'll be back home. I get.
I think I'm going down next week.
I do want to eventually move there.
Don't even like driving somewhere 15 minutes away. I don't have anything
Yeah.
15 minutes around me.
I used to live out of town that was 20 minutes drive to get to town.
Yeah, the closest thing to me is 20 minutes.
But it's valid. I will say it is valid, machine. It is valid for your circumstance. It is valid to feel that way.
If I could walk places, I want to live in Sydney just because I can walk places. I get on a train and I'm like, oh my god, I don't have to pay for the road. This is
oh my god, I
amazing.
don't have to pay for petrol.
I don't have to find parking. I can just walk around.
I'm planning on selling, because now I live in town. I mean, it's a rural town, so it's not very walkable, but I am planning on selling my car to save money. But the plan is that hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be living in Sydney. My mum and I will be moving. Fingers crossed. All things go to plan.
From Sydney,
but I can't wait to not have a car.
Complain about like a 30-minute walk, and that's like heaven to me.
I have social anxiety and ADHD, so like, yeah. I have, well, we know now it's autism. It's not necessarily social anxiety. I do get it a bit, but it's not like, it's more autism. But if there's something that I enjoy doing, I can make myself, I can make myself go out and do it. But unfortunately in my town, there's nothing for me to do. So I do stay home all the time. And so part of me trying to not turn into an agoraphobe. Is that the word? Agoraphobia? When people too scared to leave the house?
I think it is, yeah.
To prevent myself from doing that, moving to Sydney would be beneficial because I'm a public transport autism person. I love public transport. And I have things in Sydney that interest me.
That's what I want to do. You can't do anything where I live either.
It's crazy to me how if we Dutchies drive for 2 hours, we're out of the country and y'all haven't even reached, and we probably haven't even left our state. Like as I said, I drive 12 hours, 2 miles, I'm still in New South Wales. I hate public transport and the public, I love trains. I love trains.
Sydney public transport so much.
I love trains.
The ferries. Oh my god.
Oh, I love sitting on. Oh, I love sitting on a ferry. I love putting my headphones in. I love how I don't have to think about the course that I'm driving. I can just look out the window. I can maladaptive daydream while I'm on the train.
I do that when driving anyway.
Oh.
That's because I'm awesome.
That's so fair. I stay in my house a week at a time. Yeah.
Hello.
See, well, in my current situation, I work from home. I barely leave the house, but I'm noticing that that's starting to mess with me. Like I'm starting to avoid leaving the house. So I'm like, I gotta get somewhere that's gonna like pull me out to go do something.
That used to be me, but now I jump at any opportunity to leave the house. And you wanna know how often that is? Like 3 times a week at the most. Because of what's happened to my area, everyone has moved to doing everything online.
Mm.
Nothing happens over like in person anymore.
Yeah.
So I want to move to Sydney just so I can be like,
and like I
can walk around.
Like I'm very specific. I love concerts, but there has to be an artist that I really, really know.
Yeah.
But I stop myself going to those things because I have to pay for accommodation. Well, I don't have to necessarily to pay for accommodation anymore because we have family nearby now. But there's like a lot of other factors where if I lived in Sydney already, I'd just go do it. I'd go do the stuff that I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
If I drive 2 hours, I'm just in the next city over, let alone out of the state. See, the next town over is 45 minutes away, but the next city is like Sydney, which is 4 hours.
Yeah. The next town. Well, I'm kind of in the middle. I don't know. I don't really live in a town.
See, if I had to take a train, I'd be stressing for the first minute. I'd like, do I have to get off? See, I have like an app on my phone that like follows the train, and I just have that kind of there. So I'll be listening, and then I'll just look down at it, and I'm like, oh yeah, cool. There are 2 reasons I'll accept driving 2.5 hours: seeing Dune movies in IMAX, and frankly, best pies I've ever had in a pie place I know. Don't want to dox myself by giving the name. I know a really good pie place.
There's one pie place in my town.
But it's not in Sydney.
And
it's in the Blue Mountains that I'm thinking of the pie place that I'm thinking of.
there's one pie place. My town only has like one of everything. You don't have any choices.
I've only had 2 concerts in my life. I get overstimulated easily, but Billie Eilish and 30 Seconds to Mars are worth it. See, I've got to know like most of the songs. I need to know the artist. I can't just go to a random, because I went to a Lime Cordiale concert and I didn't really know their music, and I struggled. But like, I've gone to like, I've lost count of how many concerts I've gone to, but like Paramore and like 1975 and stuff like that, where I know the artist well enough. And like, even when we went to Twice, I knew the artist well enough that I was like comfy, you know?
I've never been to a concert where I actually know the artist's songs properly.
I still can't believe you came to Twice. Like, genuinely, that's something that I was not expecting you to do.
I had never listened to a Twice song in my life.
But there were some songs that you were like, oh, I've heard that one.
I knew them from like
TikTok.
Every now and then they come up on TikTok.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's like when you're in a store and you just kind of hear the song and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh no, I need to be able to sing all the lyrics. See, I just need to know all the songs. And I kind of also need to know a bit of like a culture of like the fan base as well. Like kind of get the vibe of what they're like. Because like, I need to know what the crowd's going to be like, you know?
Every single concert I've ever been to has been me going with someone else who wants to see it. And I've just kind of been there.
The pie place I'm talking about isn't in Sydney either, which is why yep. Don't, you're not being silly paranoid at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Commencing triangulation of your area. Don't worry, there's not really anything I can do. Too careful is being too careful. Yeah, totally valid. I'm always just like, oh, where do you live? And I'm like, 4 hours out of Sydney. Good luck. That's a big fucking circle.
I just like I think the whole like the area that when people ask me where I'm from and I tell them, the area of what I tell them is like as big as your average European country. Yeah.
You say where you're from, region you're from.
Yeah, I'm like to specify to get into specifics where I'm from, it's still the size of like a country.
If I go to a 3rd concert, I'll ever go to an artist I know all the lyrics to, because I am waiting for Stray Kids to announce their next tour. I am funneling away money because that is like, I'm going to that. And like anytime Paramore comes, I've got to go to them. They're like the best. And it's like the 1975 are also like really good live.
Am I going to Stray Kids as well?
You don't have to if you don't want to. I was just going to buy 2 tickets and then be like, anyone want to come with me?
See, this is my issue, is that I'm not on social media as much, and so when the artists I like tour, I don't even know about it. But then it's like, I'm so touch and go with artists. I think there's like maybe like one artist at the moment that I might go see, but I'm pretty sure they only came around like last year. So, I missed it.
Oh my god, Law, that's terrible. That's terrible. I mean, back
a
long time ago, I kind of semi-doxed myself because the area I was living in was going through a natural disaster that was quite extreme, and people knew that. But now I don't live there anymore. A lot of people don't think about it, but Australia is literally the exact same size. Yeah, we're just like the tiniest midget, a little bit smaller. I love Hailey. She's such a great singer. She's so good. I took my dad to see Paramore the last time they toured, and it was in Sydney
slightly...
in the Botanic Gardens. And my dad's like, if my dad likes something, it's like I take that as like, because he's like been to some like iconic concerts, and he was literally like, she's one of the best performers I've ever seen, and I was like, yes.
Australia is actually slightly bigger than mainland USA, but if you count Hawaii and Alaska, that's when they get ever so slightly bigger.
Yeah.
But if you just count the mainland of the USA, they're slightly bigger.
Yeah.
With a lot less people.
Me and Mossy were having a discussion one night, and we were like, how long it would take us to walk. So, and she said, I can't remember what the figure was, how long it would take her to walk to Paris. But like, I was like, that wouldn't even get me to the next state or something. And I was like, Europe is fake. What? How is he so tiny?
The fact that they could just walk everywhere is wild to me.
And I made the joke because like,
always be walking places.
And I made the joke because like, Mossy accidentally took an hour-long walk instead of like 15 minutes. And I said to her, oh, what, did you end up in Germany?
We've done that.
I thought that was funny.
And we stayed in the same city.
Yeah. We're all on the coast. People around, yeah.
Yup.
That's a really good joke. I was like, oh, you're in Germany now. I thought I was really funny. With the trains, we'll be in Paris in a freaking blink of an eye. It's crazy. And you know, something that still pisses me off is that you guys have Wi-Fi on your trains. We don't. We have, a lot of times, the trains are in like data dead spots.
Yeah.
So you don't have reception while you're on the train. I hate it. I love trains for everything else, but like sometimes I wish, and we don't even have like where you can charge your phone. I wish we had that. I would love trains even more.
Book on trains. Or you have to just have everything downloaded. That's with every road trip though. Like because I do the 9-hour drive often. I just pre-download a bunch of podcast episodes and I download all of my music. This is the thing. I don't know many people who actually download their music to their like because you use Apple Music on the Apple Music library. I don't know if there's many people who download all of their music, but I do because I need to.
I mean, I've pulled out my trusty old iPod because now I'm like primarily only listening to what I own, so I'm listening on my iPod.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't.
When I do a 12-hour road trip, I'm just at my family in Switzerland. Like, again, you're in a different country. It's crazy. That's wild.
Oh my god.
I travel 12 hours to my family and it's just miles.
Dude, the other day, I just casually took a 2-hour trip to go to a shopping center.
That was like on Monday.
I want to go clothes shopping. I need to drive 2 hours.
Monday.
And then 2 hours there, 2 hours back.
On Monday when I went to the concert, when I went to the Stray Kids movie, and I just took
the closest big shopping mall.
I was like, I'm just going to go for a nice little literally 4-hour drive. I did have an appointment as well, but like 4-hour drive there, had the appointment, went to the movie, came home. 4-hour drive back.
Yeah, the clothes shopping. The reason the clothes shopping is such a big deal is because I have to drive 4 hours in total to do it.
Also, hi Royal. Hello Royal. I hate clothes shopping,
not gonna lie. I think I would like it more if I didn't have to drive 4 hours there, 4 hours back.
I live in the same clothes every day.
I do as well.
I just need to go get more jeans.
The last time I had bought clothes was when I was 14, so I was in desperate need of new clothes.
Oh my goodness. I'm primarily at the moment wearing a lot of, because last year, like a bunch of like the F1 merch went on sale, so I like bought a bunch on sale in preparation for F1, not next week, but the week after. And I now just pretty much just live in those shirts. I'm just wearing particularly my Williams shirt. I love my Williams shirt.
I want a meal. Kids meal. That's a tiny ass.
Are you still ordering food?
Yeah, I need to decide. I want a meal.
Take Machine's recommendation of that bacon. What was it? Bacon deluxe?
I had a look at it, and it looks nice, but I'm not feeling like bacon right now. I'm feeling like chicken.
Is there any food here? I should have brought food with me.
Do you still have the carrots?
No, I put them away.
Here you go.
Oh my god. Ah! Dun, dun.
Golden carrots are the best food in the game.
Are they?
Yeah.
What makes them the best?
Their saturation. You don't get as hungry as often when you use them.
Oh. Wow, it's so interesting. I forgot you guys have the animation of the zombie moving. Actually made me crack up.
Grilled chicken and bacon and cheese.
But I can't wait to move to
That
Sydney.
seems nice. Give me that.
Every day I'm like, Mum, so
Yeah.
we're moving to Sydney. When are we moving?
Oh, I can get a value meal. Hold on.
And like I used to really love going to the theater as a kid. And like I've done a few theater shows, but again, it's like a bit of a trek to like do it because it's not like a day trip because it's normally at night. But I'm just excited where I can be like, oh, I can go on a Wednesday night after work. I can go to a show or something.
What's a dirty cola?
Probably an alcoholic cola.
Well, it's allowing me to order that from Hungry Jack's as a part of my meal deal.
Well, what does Google? What dirty? Unless it's like caffeine, like extra caffeine.
Cola, Hungry Jack.
Because like, as a barista, when you say like a dirty
The original
chai,
dirty soda. Smooth, rich creamer meets refreshing cola on ice. Ew.
they dropped the collar and just shoved it back in with dirt.
Large dirty chai. Chai latte. I don't... Where's Mountain Dew? They don't have Mountain Dew.
Are they a non-Mountain Dew place? They're the other
What the
one.
hell? Blue Lagoon with creamer. What is that SpongeBob ass drink?
Hi, Jura.
Blue Lagoon
Hello
with
there.
creamer.
I should really wait. I shouldn't jump the gun when people. Oh my god, this is literally my least favorite Bang Chan card.
What the hell is that? Why is he just...
I don't know. And it's just his hair, and I'm like,
It
who?
looks like a
Anyway.
Tommy in its selfie.
Ugh.
What is that, King? It's where electric blue watermelon flavor cascades with fizzy lemonade. ice on top of
Lino, let's
smooth and
go.
creamer. I don't want that. Oh, I think I'm just gonna get a vanilla Coke. Biscoff shake. Oh, I'm getting sick. Give me the vanilla Coke.
I should also remind people as well, we are live for the raid train today. We are going to be live for another 2 hours and 15 minutes for the raid train. If you are able and want to, you can donate towards our goals. I can spell. You can donate towards our goals. We're supporting to LGBTQIA folks, help with some medical expenses in general. Life expenses, help them out.
It did what? It didn't save my order. It just saved my aioli dipping sauce. What? No, I want my. Give me that. Dude, this is actually. Can I?
Not me, I was typing law catch.
Okay.
Law catch. It's like the ultimate pokey catch.
Okay. Okay.
Bop, 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 bop.
Dude, whenever I order anything, I feel like, because I don't do it often, because like you can order nothing to my house.
I saw this TikTok of a guy just yeeting his cat at a dog as if it was a Pokemon. What the hell? What the hell? Now,
Leave
Miles,
it
you're
at my
making me
door.
hungry. How dare
It's gonna
you?
arrive at like 9:30. Okay. Place order.
But everything's probably closed already.
No, I ordered it.
Oh, now Otto's whinging at the door. 1 second.
He wants some Hungry Jacks. Guys, I ordered my Hungry Jacks. It only took us like an hour.
Ugh! Hell yeah, Law! You're doing so well today! Ugh. Doing so well. Law is proud of you, Miles.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay, do you wanna this stream, do you actually wanna go and make you a nice set of armor?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. We can do that. Should we hold on, can we settings, hold on.
I'm holding.
Press.
Am I meant to accept something?
Hold on.
This?
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. You can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Good. So this just means that we can hear each other everywhere now.
Okay.
So yeah, do you want to make your... We'll make you a set of armor. Do you want to go mine for the diamonds yourself?
Let me see what I've got. I'm fairly certain I was running out of diamonds. Oh, it comes up with little icons up the top. That's cute. I didn't know that. I wish I could move that so that they were in a different spot on screen instead of behind my head. But that's okay.
I think you might be able to. If you go... Hold on, let me just double check. I don't know if you can.
Okay, let me
check here.
look at my emeralds. No, not emeralds,
Settings.
diamonds. Where's my diamonds? I have 21 diamonds. Is that enough?
Hold on, maybe? I don't know. I forget exactly. Oh yeah, so go press, your, press escape.
Escape.
Yeah.
Mods?
Go to mods.
Yep.
And then search up voice. You can go to voice chat and then HUD icons. And then I think you might be able, yeah, you can change the X and Y position of them there and the scale. And if they want to be vertical or horizontal.
Oh.
But you have to actually input the actual,
Now, where would I put you? That is the question. Voice chat. If I go... Oh, it doesn't order. I have to save and quit and then see? No, that didn't do anything. Ta-da! It's kind of like they're whispering to your ear. HUD icons. What if I go... That hasn't changed. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's in the wrong spot that I wanted. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Ba-da-ba. What was that? 16 and negative 16? Group chat. HUD icon. What happens when I go? That puts them there. This is riveting content. I'm so sorry, everyone. Kind of want to... Ta-da! Same at the moment. I'm watching a movie. And then... What does that look like? That's
I didn't
not
actually
right.
tell my dad that I was ordering food. So the delivery guy's just gonna come to the door. I think he's gonna answer it for me. That'd be so awesome.
So if I do... Wow, they don't really move.
You have to. You may do bigger numbers.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to. I only know from in comparison to mix it up. What happens if it's 1,000? You're
I
gone.
think it's like. Oh. Bye bye.
Bye bye. No, you're gone still. I wish you would tell me what the max number is so I know what ballpark I'm in. I should put... What happens if I do that? I've lost the icons, I think. Oh my god. Oh no, you're down there. Wait, I see you. You're down there. That's kind of what I wanted.
Oh.
Wait. Look at you. Yeah, you're down where I want. There. That works.
Let's go.
Okay, alright. So, you don't think that 21's enough?
Let me double check.
You're learning, nice. But I'll be here chilling in stream for now. Let's go.
No, I think it's 29 you need.
Oh, okay.
I can give you the extra diamonds, or we can go mine for them.
Well, I'm gonna need to use the diamonds to repair my pickaxe before I go exploring for more, so...
Yeah, you can use it to repair it.
Yeah, and then go get more. So now I have 18, so now I need 11 more. Where haven't I explored?
I think there's only one enchantment we won't be able to get on your armor. And that's Swift Snake. We could go searching for it if you really want, but I don't know if you want to.
I'm trying to... How do I get down? I know this is technically cheating, but... I haven't been in this area. How does one get here? Can one get here? Or do I have to force my way down?
Hold on, we'll go caving together.
Ooh, okay. Down here.
Because if you have fortune on your pickaxe now, don't you? Yeah, I think I gave it to you. Okay, you're all good then. Where are you?
Okay.
You are.
Okay, where am I in compare? Okay. Okay, and then I need to go... Okay, I have a... Okay. It's good for diamonds if you want to strip mine. Okay. You know what? I've never actually done strip mining. Or if I have, I've not known that that's what I was doing.
But it takes so long. You just want to throw yourself into a cave. Hello.
I think, was it this one or it's this one? I think was had a way down. Why do I have bones in my hand and not... Oh, I thought this, and I think if you go down, there's a bigger... Ah!
Oh my god.
Yes, there is.
Coal. I don't even need to mine coal anymore. I have a coal farm.
Okay, this doesn't prove as fruitful as I thought.
We can just dig down and go strip mining if you want. Why? Okay.
What? Sorry, are you mad at what's wrong with you? What's wrong?
I've never seen anyone decide to dig down like this before. Ooh! Amethyst geode.
Ow.
You don't mind the budding amethyst. Calcite. Redstone.
You found calcite in case anyone needs more? Ooh.
Ooh. Probably still don't. Oh, there you go.
Where? Oh, yippee! How much did that give me? I still need more. Ah! Oh, is this a dead end? Oh.
Yeah. Here you go.
When you say here we go, where are
found more.
you? There, okay. You know what I low-key want to do? I just want to like walk in a... What are those ancient cities? What are they called? Those things with the warden? I just want to like go for a explore.
There you go. More. We
you
can probably
finding
find... We can do that and try to find Swift Snake. That's where you find that. Oh, here you go. Oh my god.
Ah! Yum. I had good sense coming down to this cave. Ooh, what's over here? Is this our big cave? It's our big cave. Ah!
You know, the next update, they're expanding the hitboxes.
Yes,
of,
thank God.
Latest arrival by 10 p.m. Dude. They want me to eat my dinner at 10?
Because there's probably not many delivery people out and about right now.
Oh, there's some diamonds over here.
I'm getting distracted by the redstone.
Fair enough.
Where was it there? Da-da-da. Da-da-da. I have 52 diamonds now.
We can get more.
Da-da-da.
Let's go get more.
Wow! Owie.
Oh, there we go.
You say there we go, but I'm not... What do you... What... How do I didn't bring any scaffolding or anything.
Just build up.
Da-da-da-da. Do-do-do.
We can start going deeper to try finding. Oh, more diamonds.
Sure, we can do that. I really have no plan. Just 5. I
Ooh,
mean, I
more
did
diamonds
have a
down here.
plan. I did have a plan, and then I
It's good to get distracted.
ignored the plan. Ooh. Ooh. Proud of Muscle resisting the urge to knock out the bottom gravel block. Thank you. So we're gonna go
Oh, I
deeper,
don't
is
have
that
any
with...
torches on me.
I'm running out of torches.
I've got some.
Oh, hello. I didn't mean to put that down. Oh, wait. I don't want... I was gonna take that name tag! Thank you. This
Dead end. I don't know if we'll find an ancient city around here, actually. I don't know. Probably not. They're pretty rare.
Oh, I ran out of space. Can you pick up this redstone? What can I lose? I need a bundle? I know.
Oh, diamonds over here.
Oh. I love having a bodyguard. It's so fun.
You missed it. Oh, okay.
I'm going. I just can't beat it. These spruce saplings, I can chuck those for now. Whoop. Just do whatever you wanna do. You have leather and you get one piece of string, you can make one. Ooh. Do I need a crafting table for it though?
No.
Oh, what the hell are these weird looking creepers?
There's a creeper as a part of the creeper pack I gave you because they just change them up. I love them. The wide creepers.
They scare me. Oh. What the helly? I don't know where I'm using. Let me up.
How many diamonds do you have now?
I have 69.
Wow. Real mature. We can head back up now if you want.
Okay. Oh, there's so much iron down here. Not that we build like iron farms and such.
Ooh. Oh, just despawned on me. That's great. I'm trying.
Which way are we going? Okay.
I'm just walking around. There we go. Ooh, fun. Party time.
What happened?
It's just a bunch of mobs.
Oh.
I cleared them all out. Oh! That's one way to get home. I did not mean to shoot you.
Okay, I need to empty out.
You need to reset your spawn.
Yeah, okay, whatever. One day.
Ooh, some deep slate coal.
That's emeralds. Just putting everything away first.
You know, once I had, like, it's very often, not even once, it's very often where I live that Uber Eats drivers to just cancel on me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. I don't like they can do that. I just don't want to drive out to my house. Which seems rude. I'm digging up.
I'm putting my stuff away.
I burped.
Law, also, I should also let you know, when you use, like, the clip, you can also name the clip. Like, so if you do, like, clip Miles kills Pop, it'll, like, add that in the title. if that helps you at all. And so you can add an actual title on it if you want. Not that you have to, I'm just saying. I have set it up that way so you can. Gravel. Cobalt. Deep slate. Every clip of the future is gonna be called Miles Kills Pop. Diorite. Oh, I don't have a spot for diorite.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Calcite. I don't have a spot for calcite either, I don't think. Okay, I'm just gonna put it in the nothing chests.
This burger better get here soon. I'm hungry.
Just that can go.
Okay, here you are. There's your redstone.
Do, do, do. Da, 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 da. The iron away. Okay, and then grab. Okay, and then grab my diamonds. So I'm making a full set of armor, yes?
Yeah. And then come over to my base.
Do, 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 do. Uh-oh, angry Miles. Do, do, do.
I do actually become a very unpleasant person when I'm hungry.
You either become like really silent or you get a little grumpy.
Yeah.
They're like the two versions of you that is hungry. Okay, where am I going now?
Down into my basement.
Your basement?
My basement.
Like down where the farms are?
No, 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 no. Hold on, hold on. 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Feed, devour, consume.
Okay, give me that. Okay.
We still have 2 hours left of this raid train, so let's have a stretch break. 1 second, everyone up. I'm standing up. We are gonna stretch this way. We are gonna stretch this way. Everyone do a deep breath. And a deep breath out. Stretching. I really do. This is times like this I wish I had a sit-stand desk. But that's a future me problem. Do, do, do.
I play Minecraft with my feet on my desk.
Hello?
I do actually.
Hypermobility is scared of you. Thank you for the hydration.
That's actually. I should take a photo of how I sit. I genuinely have either one of my feet on either side of my keyboard when I sit on my desk.
Hello?
I'm not even kidding.
Hello? Okay, am I still waiting
Hold on,
for you?
I'm just yeah, just 1 second. Let's go.
Maybe I should think about a sit-stand desk. Because that would be handy.
Don't need a sit-stand desk if you put your feet on your desk.
Because I have a sit-stand desk for like my work desk. Oh, hi! Hi, guy!
Sometimes
Hi.
I accidentally touch my monitor with my foot.
Oh my god!
Okay, come on.
Oh my goodness.
It's arguably the best way to play. Okay. We are going to do some trading. Are you excited?
Sure, I've never done trading before.
Yeah, you're gonna learn how to make a full set of armor. Let me just getting it ready. Okay. Let me bring up. Let me just make sure my order's still on the way. Oh, okay, someone had picked up my order. Estimated arrival time in around 10 minutes. Let's freaking go.
Now you're making me want to order food, but I'm trying to be good and not order food.
What's not good about ordering food?
It's more expensive than just going to the grocery shop and buying the stuff to make the thing you want.
Nah. Okay. So you have. We're gonna start with your helmet. You have your raw helmet. Your
Yes.
virgin helmet without anything on it.
Yep.
Okay, sweet. First thing we're gonna want is protection 4. So I have up here. Here we go, protection 4. So let me give you. Open him up.
Like open these here?
No, you click on the villager.
Oh, yep.
And then you'll see protection 4 as his top trade.
Yeah?
Click on that.
Yeah?
Then take it from him. And then you can exit. There you go, you got prop 4. Well, you actually want 4 of those. You want 4 prop 4 books, okay?
4 books.
4 prop 4 books, yeah.
Look at me, I'm learning. Okay.
You got 4 prop 4 books?
Yes.
Okay, now we're gonna want 4 unbreaking 3 books.
So 4 of unbreaking 3.
Yeah.
It's not letting me now. Or do I not have...
You need more emeralds? There you go.
Okay.
And now you need 4 mending books.
The noise when you pick it up, oh my goodness. Okay.
Alright, you got all that?
Yes.
So now we're gonna get into the specifics of your helmet. So first thing we want is Aqua Affinity. That is, where's my Aqua Affinity? Hold on, here it is, up here. And you want to grab one of those.
I think I need more diamonds. Not more diamonds, more emeralds. I'm just feeding this. So 1 Aqua Affinity.
Yeah.
Done.
And then you want 1 Respiration 3.
So 1 of these.
Yup.
Okay.
Okay, now we're gonna make your helmet. So let me just make sure we've got. What's the time? Okay. Okay, so now you want to open up the anvil.
Yep.
First thing you're gonna do is you're gonna always put your helmet in the first slot. So chuck your helmet in the first slot.
Yep.
And then put Respiration 3 in the second slot.
And grab it?
And then grab it.
Okay.
Okay, next you're gonna want to put Protection 4 and Mending together. So you're not involving your helmet. You
So
put protection 4.
Yep.
And Mending. And then you want to grab that.
Okay.
And now, you put that book on your helmet. So you put your helmet in, and then you put that book in. Okay, there you go.
Okay, next.
Next you want to put Unbreaking 3 with Aqua Affinity.
So Unbreaking 3 with Aqua Affinity. This is so specific, I just use an enchanting table? Okay. And then I put that on the helmet?
Yeah, and then you put that on the helmet.
Okay.
And now you have a max helmet, except for thorns, but no one likes thorns. We're not putting thorns on your helmet. Okay, now we can make your chest plate. So, put your chest plate in there.
Yep.
Let me just quickly... I'm pretty sure this one's super easy. I'm just gonna double check. It's so easy. Okay. You wanna put your chest plate. You wanna put protection 4 on your chest plate.
Protection 4. Yep.
And then you wanna put unbreaking 3 on your chest plate.
Yep.
And then you wanna put mending on your chest plate.
Why is it saying cost? Enchantment cost 5. Oh, I don't have enough enchantment thing.
Yeah. So now we will head to. Let's go to the blaze spawner.
Okay.
Do you have the thing for blaze spawner?
I do not.
Okay, come on.
Oh, there's another
I'll take you there.
one. Mars would hurt himself if he gave you thorns if the earlier clip is an indication.
I don't have thorns on my armor either. Oh, that's great. Okay, go to spawn.
Yep.
Then head through the portal.
Oh, look at Mossy's place and all the... That's nice. All the light that's over there.
Okay, this way. I kind of forgot how weird it looks when I play Minecraft, and my sister walked in yesterday, and she was very entertained.
Mossy has such a great view of spawn. Oh, this is the stuff I need to make the soul lanterns, right? That brown stuff?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Ah! Oh, I have flashbacks to when I was last here. When I discovered... My claim to fame is that I found this blaze spawner.
Ooh.
What? Oh. Gonna have to save timestamps at this part of the VOD for later so I can come and tune that or put my life in Law's hands.
How do I get down again?
I can assure you that Law is very safe.
Here's the waystone.
Oh yeah.
And now we're gonna sit here. Wait. So you should only need like 7 levels, I think, for this next one.
Okay. Tasty, tasty EXP. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, yep, yep.
We have so many fire resistance potions now.
Every time I like get like insecure about like I'm like this is a sandbox, everyone can play the game at whatever pace that they like, but I'm like, and I see you guys doing all this really cool stuff and I'm like, I don't know how to do that. I just like building my tunnels. I just build my tunnels.
I mean, me and Law keep on going off on side quests and just doing stupid shit instead of actually working on our bases.
You spending time walking around my base with TNT, scaring the living crap out of me.
Yeah, while I'm meant to be working on my own base.
Yes, yeah.
Where's all the blazes? They're coming. How far until my food gets here? Dude, this probably gonna be so cold by the time I get it, but it's fine.
You're gonna have to give us like a play-by-play of what your food's like.
I will, don't worry. Eating stream. Okay, now you can enchant your chest plate.
I've actually also been working on my base, believe it or not. I believe you. Like, I'll be getting my diamond gear via trades rather than mining, for example. I see, I see.
Yeah, that's how I usually do it, except I had gotten a bunch of diamonds before I had gotten, well, I think I did get my first, set of, diamond armor from trading, but when it came time to me to make this set, I just had enough diamonds, I just made it. Because I didn't have a weaponsmith and I couldn't be bothered. My weaponsmith is back at my old base. Okay, now you can enchant your chest plate with mending. It has protection for unbreaking on it already, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, now put mending on it. There's an anvil right here.
Oh. So I'm putting mending on this one.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, done. Is that it?
Okay, and that's your chest plate done.
Yes!
Now we're gonna look at your leggings. So we don't have Swift Sneak 3. And that's one you have to go into an ancient city for. So we're just gonna do the same we did with the chest plate.
So that was
the chuck protection 4 on it.
And then
unbreaking.
Oh, I need
and
more
then
XP.
If you time your hits a little. Oh, that should be good, yeah.
Me, the button smasher. If you timed it better.
Oh, I left my ender chest back at the base. I would give you my sword, because then you can just sweep the edge anymore. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna do that.
I do make my armor, but I use mostly the enchanting table and add the last needed books last. I see. Yeah, it's nice. You can adapt based on how you feel or what kind of early game luck you have. Yeah.
Take this sword and hit them with that. I gave it to you already.
Oh. Oh my goodness, it's a big badass sword.
You wait for a lot of them to fall down. You can probably enchant your leggings with Unbreaking 3 now.
And then, let's see, what do I need for mending's the last one?
Mending, yeah.
And then that's done for the pants.
Yes.
And then it's just the boots.
For the boots, we'll need to head back. So kill the blazers a little more, and then we'll head back to get the rest.
Oh, I made an advancement? What did I do?
There you go. You got blaze rods, I'm pretty sure.
What are blaze rods for again?
Okay. You make them into blaze powder, and then you can combine them with ender eyes to make, with ender pearls to make ender eyes, which gets you to the stronghold and fills up the portal, and also makes ender chests, and then you can also use them in brewing.
Oh.
Okay, we'll go back to my base now. Waypoint.
Okay. Do you want your sword back?
I'll have it back in a second, because we're probably gonna have to go back there. Okay, the boots are probably the thing that's gonna have the most on them. We're gonna go down here.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one you're gonna want... okay, Depth Strider. I said all this so I don't forget anything. Depth Strider.
Mm-hmm.
One of those.
Mm-hmm.
Feather Falling 4. Over here. One of those.
I need more emeralds. I feel like a kid being like, I need more money. Okay, I have that.
Okay, and then I can go get you a Soul Speed book.
Soul Speed book, by the way? A soul... What? I have a book, and it's Curse of the Vanishing. What does that do?
When you die with that item on you, it vanishes. I don't know if it works like that in keep inventory. I'd assume so. But okay, here we go. There. I think that's all. Okay, we'll go back to Blaze Spawn now.
Okay. Grab my coffee, then I'm hopping on. Let's go. I'll be live for another 1.5 hours before we raid out. And we're actually going to be raiding out to Tanyo.
Ooh.
Ow.
Okay, so the first thing you want to put in the boots is Soul Speed 3.
Okay, on the boots.
Soul Speed 3.
Soul Speed. Where did it end up? That's mending. Soul Speed. Okay. Oh, I need 12.
Okay. Okay, you can chuck Soul Speed 3 on there.
Uh-huh.
And now, I don't think you have enough. Get 3 levels, and then you're gonna combine Depth Strider 3 with Unbreaking 3.
3 levels. So, what was it? Depth Strider.
Depth Strider with Unbreaking. And then it's gonna cost you like 11 levels, so yeah, go get 11 levels. It might end up being 14, I don't know. You're gonna combine your boots with that book you just made.
Okay. Oh, I need to stretch more. Everyone stretch. Everyone stretch. Everyone stretch as we wait for the blaze spawner to spawn more blazes. Everyone stretch.
My order's here. Hold on, my order's here. I'll be back.
Da 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 da. Lore, may your great balls get you, that Pokemon.
Okay, you know how my house is, right? And
Yeah.
how there's the sliding doors that are right by the kitchen. And
Yeah.
that's where like my main patio is.
Yeah.
My dad was there, right? My food was left on the outdoor. I walked out. He's like, "Oh, what's up? What's up?" I'm like, and then I go outside. I get the like, it's right there at the door. I pick up the food, and he looks at me like I'm crazy. He's like, "When did that get there?" I'm like, 2 minutes ago. He's like, "No, he was in the kitchen with the lights on.
Oh my goodness.
No one showed up. He was. You know how my house. It's like
Yeah.
impossible to not see anyone.
Yeah.
But he, so, kind of worried for him.
Someone could rob you and he wouldn't even know.
Exactly.
And
It
what
gives you
I
two whole
combined
bags for
the
one
book.
minute.
What's the next step?
Let me. The next step is, you need to combine Feather Falling with Mending.
Which that's 3.
It should be, yeah.
So feather
That might be
falling
2.
with mending.
Hi,
Okay,
Law.
yep.
And then you just want to put that on
And
your
then I
boots.
need
And
10.
that'll be... Yeah.
10 levels! And probably a little bit more so that I can teleport out of here.
Hello.
No!
Hello!
The echoing.
Oh.
Oh, that was also my music source. God damn. It's so silent. I was vibing.
Dude, my burger's wet. No, it's fine.
What?
It's just
Now
like
you're
a
making
bit
me want a
moist.
burger. Miles, shush.
I'm about to eat it live on stream. Mukbang stream.
Hey, it's so Mark.
Mukbang.
Mukbang.
Confused why my cover girl on
Hello, Miss.
Why are they not
She heard food's here.
food? Where?
She really wants my burger. You're not having this burger. I love how disgusting the food always looks, but it tastes good, so it's fine.
Sounds healthy.
No, Yoki. Oh my god. That's my napkin. Just freaking stole my napkin out like that.
Her thing is so famished. Be like, I'll take the napkin then.
She's starving. All she can eat is napkins.
I'm back.
Yeah, you have your food. I'll have the napkin.
Dude, she put her... I just realized I wrote my dead name on the back. I didn't even give them my name. How'd they get that?
From your account, probably, on...
I wasn't logged in.
It might have just pulled from your phone.
I probably pulled from my email. Anyway, she put her whole head in the bag, and then it got stuck on her head, so she was walking around with the Burger King head bag on her head with the napkin in her mouth. You know, my dog isn't a small dog.
No, she's an Australian Shepherd.
Yeah. Okay, have you combined the?
Not yet, because I want to get some
more.
more so I can teleport out of here.
Oh, true. Ooh, the sauce is all over the place. Looks like someone came on my burger. Here we go.
Jesus.
I hope the bacon's not raw. One time my sister went to Burger King and they gave her a burger with raw bacon on it.
Isn't that just ham?
No, it was raw bacon.
I sound really dumb in thinking that.
Bacon and ham are two separate things.
I'm realizing that now.
You shouldn't eat raw bacon.
Listen, I haven't eaten meat in 10 years, and I've only just started doing it again. In my entire adult life, I have not had to know anything about meat.
This burger's real good. I was there when you made the decision not to be a vegan anymore. Or vegetarian, sorry.
Yep, I was there. You were there.
You had one real good Porto
We were at a
wrap
Porto
and
in Circular Quay. And I said, what do you recommend? And you said the chicken wrap. And I went, all right, we're breaking it.
Everyone I know knows how much. My dermatologist that I don't even see anymore knows how much I love a Porto.
It's sad that we have an Porto here, but you don't have an Porto near you. That's sad.
Yeah, it is.
You still have a Taco Bell. Jeez. Get with the times.
Yeah. For context to the chat, Taco Bell shut down in Australia, except for the one in my town somehow.
Huh?
It's
How's
still,
that work?
It's still
I
alive
think there's
and
still a
well.
couple others around, but
Because our Taco Bell turned into an Oporto, which Oporto is Miles' favorite. And Miles was like, oh, maybe mine will change, and it just hasn't.
they didn't change it out of fear of me.
Okay, I think 8 is enough for me to get out of here, right?
Yeah.
Where am I going?
Give me my sword.
Oh.
Thank you. That sounded aggressive, it wasn't meant to be. Okay. Do you have any extra emeralds?
Yes.
I would like my emeralds back as well. So I gave you all
Do you
the
want the books as well?
Thank you.
Ah!
You can keep the books.
Okay.
You can go anywhere now. You have your armor.
Yippee!
That's your armor done.
So I'm assuming I don't need the group chat either now, right?
No, we stay in the group chat.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you want to stay in the group chat?
Oh, I didn't want to annoy people with me yapping to chat.
You can yap to chat.
Yeah. You're the only source I have to stream now, yeah?
We are chat.
We I was about to
Sorry,
say, you guys are my chat.
I need to find... Woo! I need to find the waypoint. Ah! Skelly! Kill me.
So, Jesus
That's my
Christ.
burger review.
So now with feather falling, does that mean I can fall to the ground without breaking my kneecaps?
Yeah.
No.
I wouldn't test it. Actually, no, I would. You can go test it.
How high?
Like, go ahead.
I don't know. I just kind of vibe it out.
I was about to be like, if we get a donation to the raid train campaign, I'll jump off the highest cliff I can find.
That doesn't mean anything because keep inventories on.
Yeah, but just to test the feather falling.
For science.
Okay then. I guess. Dude, that villager just stole 6 of my carrots. Oh my god, I freaking hate this.
Got the Pokemon!
Let's go.
Lol, where are you?
At where you guys just were, because I needed the waystone
Yeah.
still for the blaze spawner.
Makes sense.
Why?
I don't know. I was wondering,
Miles was gonna
wondering where
annoy you.
people were at.
Oh, I'm
No, I
gonna...
wasn't. I wasn't. Oh, another
Can
burger
you
review.
stop burping into the mic? Oh my goodness.
I'm not
Have
even
some
burping in the mic.
manners.
I'm just burping.
Have
just
some
burping.
manners.
What are
Oh.
those manners you're speaking of? What's this? What is that?
I finished 10 Minutes Guide to Survival last night, and I'm really upset.
Oh.
I was giggling out loud. There was a whole chapter on sex.
Okay.
He said that STDs are nothing to be ashamed of because they're just proof that you have sex.
Jesus Christ.
I said that's so true. I said it's my philosophical literature.
That's such a man thing to say, though.
I took it to heart. I went, you're so
Miles
true.
is a man, so, you know.
There's also a whole chapter on
What do we
alcoholism, and I
expect?
said, hell yeah.
What do we expect?
Yeah, the addiction. We went over that. The addiction thingy.
Whole chapter on peer pressure, which I don't experience, so I don't find it very relatable.
Yeah, peer pressure's scared of you.
No one can
Yeah,
pressure me into doing anything I don't want to do. I thought peer pressure was a myth. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Okay, that's your... Okay, what's
Oh,
you have to do with
I'm
that?
stuck.
You did that yourself.
Oh, I don't.
Don't break any... If you break anything...
I broke stuff. And this is why peer pressure doesn't work on me. You just told me to do something and I did it. Wait, no, you told me to not do something
Yeah,
and I did
it's
it.
like,
I was gonna say, like, then... Because you told me not to confuse you yesterday. And if you tell me not to do something, I want to do it.
Yeah, but that was a polite request.
That was not peer pressure.
That was my boundaries. You broke my boundaries.
Was it? I think my head was, like, on the wall
You broke my
four
boundaries.
or 5 times.
Oh my god. You broke my
Thanks for
boundaries.
glass.
I found out.
Yeah, exactly.
The glass is above the sand.
Who's going
The
back?
sand chest.
Well, where's the hell's the sand? The hell?
There is a
Here.
chest that has sand written on front
You
of
have one piece of glass.
it. Ah! Yeah, because I've used it for the roof
This
of
is-
the...
this is so pathetic.
I used it for the
Oh,
roof
okay,
of the...
you have sand. I'm gonna smell some sand.
Uh,
Okay, let's... Yoki, what are you doing in here? No, you can't eat my meds. You can't even reach them. I need to clarify to the chat that I'm not being an irresponsible dog owner. My dog does not have access to my
no,
meds.
cancel him. Cancel Miles.
No, don't cancel me. Don't cancel me.
Cancel Miles.
It's done.
Oh.
It has been done.
We'll have it
Remove
like
him
super
from the
long,
chat.
bit longer.
No.
I'll be like, we are distancing the
How do you-
Rockcraft SMP is distancing ourselves from the behavior
Banned.
of Miles Shatner. We
I'll
will
let
not
my-
stand for animal
The
cruelty.
downfall.
I transitioned my dog. Imagine getting cancelled for transitioning your pet.
Oh, God.
I did when I was getting testosterone for the first time. I asked my doctor about that. I was like, "What the hell's up with like, should I be really vigilant? Like, is it toxic to dogs?" And he went, "Nah. The worst comes to worst, your dog just becomes a man." Okay, dog.
God.
He's like, "We haven't really tested it yet, but he's like, yeah, we haven't really tested it, but you know, don't let your
Yogi
dog
could
have it,
be a
but, like,
trans icon.
Oh my
the
goodness.
first transgender dog."
Dog.
Oh my god. I'm about to take another bite of my burger. You ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Oh.
The literal nom.
Nom.
Oh.
Nom. It's law.
Yay.
Hello.
Hello. Oh,
Miles, since
I
you're
whacked
here,
you.
do you want to help me by making item frames?
I was literally gonna
Did
say.
you-
We have so much
Did
leather.
you grab
I'll
leather?
go get leather.
Yeah, I put leather
grab
in,
leather
and I
and-
put leather in a chest.
Oh.
One of these chests here has leather in it.
I found
Does
it.
someone have bamboo or a lot of sticks?
I took all of it.
I can go get some.
all of it. Where? We need a bamboo farm.
Yeah, I don't really do farms. I just do shit by hand. 'Cause I hate recording.
Ooh,
don't know
Lucas
bamboo.
can help us.
Look at that.
Let's freaking go. I'm gonna go to your base. I have the waystone.
Look out, Miles is rapidly approaching.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
it's a
Law
threat.
has that grind set, yep.
I'm in Gobcorp. Is it Gobcorp? What is that its name? Yeah,
Gobcorp, yep.
Gobcorp.
Have I got...
I'm here.
Oh, I thought I got all of them, but no, I still got more. I have
Oh, yeah.
so much cobblestone. Oh my god. And then I have so much cobblestone that
Gobcorp bamboo.
I'm filled with dread that I have plans to mine more.
Thank you. Let me know if you need anything. I may or may not have it.
I may or may not have it.
The worst. Oh. So let me
Hey,
know
go-
if you need
There's a
something.
Pokemon
might
in
not
chat.
have
I
it.
can't.
Yeah.
Listen.
Well,
Sometimes I might not be able to.
Literally, anytime anyone gives me anything, I'm like, I don't have much, but I have a shit ton of cobblestone. Please take some.
I love cobblestone.
I
Please take
actually
it off
really
my
need
hands.
cobblestone all this time for the wall, so I've been taking it.
I stole a bunch of stone and cobblestone to spawn proof the fortress that I was in. I have item frames.
I have these.
Can you
Not
work
enough.
on putting them in front
I
of
don't
the...
know if it might be too much, but we can try on one.
Oh,
Can you put them in front
make
of
them
the-
all glow?
I have
Oh,
more
yeah.
sticks and leather, but
If I had a nickel for the amount of
time.
times I've employed you guys for
You
help
have
with my
sticks?
base.
No,
You
we're
have sticks.
basically just including your space. If you want, want me to leave, that's too
We're just
bad.
harassing you
That's
and you're
too
taking
damn
advantage
bad.
of it.
I'm like, if you're gonna be here, you may as well do some work.
Do you have sticks?
Yeah, do you need more?
Yes.
Let me make sticks. Wait.
Hell yeah. I can go get the glow ink from my base as well.
Yeah, that's all I had.
I'm gonna go grab more. I'm gonna go grab sticks from my base as well.
It might be too much though. You have to ask Pop what they want. Maybe
They
don't
want
glowing
us to
one.
replace no, we're doing it. We're making
Just
them
You
glow.
guys can. You guys can. You guys can. You take the
I was
lead.
gonna give you options, but yeah, no.
No,
Miles is
we're
like,
making
no.
them glow.
Beggars can't be
You don't get
choosers.
options.
You will have the glowing item frames, okay?
They do be really pretty and nice, though. Look at these guys. Little guy.
Um,
What are you looking at? Those are ender pearls, my guy. That's not. What do you have? That's a fish, bro. That's not.
I really need to
We have a
properly
crafting
organize
recipe
it.
for name tags, don't we? Yeah, we do.
Do we
I love how
have a
confused
crafting?
he is.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What do we have?
Yeah, crafting recipe for name tags. I think it's actually in the game now. Yeah, I think it is.
Is it in the this version we're playing on?
I don't think so.
I don't know, but we have it because I'm a data pack addict.
Oh my god.
Are you renaming him?
No. No, I'm not. I was just checking, so I only had like 3, and I was like, I want more.
I was laughing. I was laughing because I ate and the echo just jump scared me.
Oh my goodness.
That's the truth. I wasn't laughing. He's not doing anything yet. Just
Yeah, I'm not
jump
even
scared
there.
myself
Why
so
you
hard.
I
accusing
thought
me
in
of
my
doing
head,
this?
I was like, Law's giggling, and I was like, I've left her back down, and I was like, what if Miles has renamed my golem?
Oh, I was cracking up at just literally myself.
Oh,
Always
my
assume the
goodness.
worst of me.
Well, you've done stuff, so if there's evidence.
You've done stuff.
You have a history,
Oh my
so.
That's just stereotyping me.
Oh
You're stereotyping me on my own individual stereotype. Oh,
I was
I'm
gonna
stuck.
say it's like based on experience though.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what they all
You know,
say.
you walking around with TNT yesterday, literally making my heart stop.
Oh,
That was me yesterday.
that's a whole different me, man.
Exactly. Where the hell am I going? Okay, I'm coming back.
Maybe I can.
Law, I have a bunch of glowing item frames.
Good.
We gotta start relabeling these chests.
Okay. Wait, some aren't named yet though.
We'll just do the named ones then, I think.
Yeah, do the named ones.
This is supposed to be a cobblestone chest and there's coal in here.
Because I just emptied it, because now the cobblestone's moved, is down the end.
Well, how? Okay, so is this coal now then?
No, coal's over here.
Oh.
The anger.
The coal's over here, this is coal.
How am I supposed to relabel these chests? The sign. I'm already confused.
Am I supposed to work in these conditions?
You like it?
For this one. Just this one.
I'm
gonna do.
They're changing what I did.
Just that one. That's just that one. That's it. The rest just whack them on the front.
I love it.
Thank you, Law.
I love it.
Stop looking like that, Miles. I'll let you throw your tanty over there, that's fine.
My lord. Oh, I just broke a chest. Don't know my own power. Just that strong. Your sorting system confuses
I
me.
love the sounds of the item frames popping up.
What's wrong with my sorting system?
Oh,
I don't freaking know.
I'm being bullied in my own house.
Bag. Oh, shoot. I did the same thing Miles did.
Oh my
I need to go smelt one more thing of sand so I can give you. There's a clownfish in your glass chest.
Again, it's a little guy. He's doing his best.
Don't make fun of how I speak. This was it came out really serious and then your clownfish.
Shoot, was this oak? No. Oh.
Oh, here they go.
Oh.
Oh.
No, you're good. This one. I love that there's blaze rods. Why is there blaze rods? With the wood. Cracks me up. Oh, you cracked me up. Oh, no, that's not.
Let me
I
wait.
don't want to do that.
Let me.
I wish I had more burger.
I mean,
It's like a
placed the
you
order,
problem.
So, yeah, this is a skill issue.
I'm canceling past me.
We already did.
You have to uncancel
You better
yourself
stay
first.
cancelled. I could sense something was wrong the entire time.
So could we, but
Was that image when someone you find annoying ends up getting cancelled? That's me with past me.
Okay.
I've run out.
You didn't order me 2 burgers.
Miles, did you get more glow squid ink sacks? That's so weird.
I used all of mine. I've still got some iron bread left if you want. Here you go. It's in him munching.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna drink some of my vanilla Coke.
That sounds really good.
Oh my god.
Oh, that doesn't. No.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
gravel. Do I get to keep the signs from this?
Why would you
Sure.
want that?
I don't even need signs.
I was like, do you need them?
No. Hey, Law, come over here.
What are you
Oh wait,
doing?
never mind.
What are you up to? What are you up to?
Nothing.
What are you up to? Why
Nothing.
are you
Scared.
hiding it? You're hiding evidence. You're hiding evidence. Why are you over there
I'm
hiding
not
evidence?
hiding evidence.
I saw you hide
I'm
evidence.
not hiding evidence.
I saw you hide evidence. I saw you
Is this a
hide
diorite
evidence.
chest up here?
Yes.
Is this a diorite chest up
Yes.
here? The last diorite chest.
Wow.
What were you doing?
What?
This was my cobblestone, but I've moved it. What the hell?
What?
I don't know who did that. I think it was Law.
I was looking at you and I saw you do it.
I think it was
I hate
Law.
to inform you, Miles. We are live on stream on twitch.tv/popularthink and we can see you.
You can try to get away with it.
Yeah,
Come on.
we can see you.
Okay, wait. Where did the cobblestone? Ah! Well, that's. Oh god, there I go. Well,
Law, why would you do that?
Oh my
it was
What the hell?
I'm on one heart. Where?
Law, what's
where
your
did the
problem?
cobblestone-
Oh god.
A lot. Do you have time? Got loads. Where
Hey guys, guess what?
Where's the cobblestone?
Cobblestone
Oh,
over here.
I was about to burp, but it didn't come.
Okay.
This whole section's cobblestone. And then
you need
stones
to
over
put
here.
one.
And
You can just put one thing. Do we want to? Oh, there it came.
Okay.
Can you?
Why? There's fire. Do the arrows not make the wood catch fire?
Law, why'd you do that?
I was looking at you. Oh my god.
Honestly,
I was looking
I'm working.
at
I'm working
you.
hard.
I'm gonna
working.
write. I'm gonna write.
Laura's
tweet
doing
longer
such
about
a good
your-
job right now, and you're giving her a bad name. How dare you?
I'm gonna write a twit longer about your unsafe. What? How am I even supposed to label these chests?
What? Which one
I'm
is it?
working on it.
These ones, they've all got different stuff in them.
I'm working on it.
Which one are you looking at? I
Oh
don't
my
even know what you're
God,
looking
look
at.
at all of it.
Huh?
Oh, the chest in the over here, over in this back corner. These chests.
I'm still working out this area because I'm moving everything from this little section.
Oh. Okay.
Because this is where the stone was, but it wasn't sufficient space.
Hmm.
We didn't know about the tunnel yet.
Yeah, I didn't have the bright idea to make the giant terrarium.
Worth it though.
Yes,
Very worth it.
very worth it.
Diamonds.
Oh, that
You had way more glass, you just didn't have it in the right chest.
Okay. It's probably big little guy
Just letting
organizing
you
it.
know. Little fuck.
Can you please be kind to my son, please?
It's the term of endearment.
Oh.
sounds about right, yeah.
He's nearly oxidized fully.
Aw.
Do I have to give him multiple honeycomb things? Or just once?
You can just go up to him with an axe and strip him.
Oh. Because I've honeycombed him.
Oh, if you can honeycomb him, then he's fine. Law.
Mhm.
Come here.
My finger slipped. That scared me, actually.
Look.
I'm not sure what's happening, Vasilis Rant.
Nothing.
It's the auto mod is blocking
I
it.
take no part of this. No part of this. You can make that.
It's just the auto mods.
That's not stone.
It's very much asleep, but right as brain go brr. Valid. Valid.
Oh, there's stone in here.
Whenever I reel hot girl Icarus's name, I think of H-O-T-T-O-G-O. You can take me hard to go.
Off chapel.
I'm stuck.
That's a flower. Yeah, skill
Uh,
issues.
You did this again? Miles.
Surely sounds like a skill
Thank you
issue
for
to
the
me.
hydrate.
I have skill issues.
Ooh. Look at Lucas go.
I love how we all just make the
Oh, I just remembered I got
noise.
chips with my meal. Got chips with my meal.
Did they
Red
forget?
microwave dynamite. Let's go. Let's go.
I need to put stuff away.
Woohoo! I love there's like multiple ways to do things.
I'm not
I
sure
have a
what it
Honey
is,
Jack's
Vasilis
chip with
around. It's the auto auto moderation that's blocking those messages. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, the laughing my ass off is very. They really do not approve of that one.
Yeah.
Why is there a lapis right there? There's lapis right here. Stop. Wait, no.
This isn't these chests. Pop hasn't sorted properly yet.
If you want to
That's
sort them, you can though.
fine.
I'm joking. You
Why
don't
don't
have
you
I've
to.
free
just seen
labor?
lapis here, so I'm gonna put that there. I mean, the stone is almost today.
I'm gonna go into my strip mine.
I don't like this. I need 2 more chests over there.
Actually, I want to make my strip mine deeper.
That's what she said.
Law.
I'm sorry.
On this good
Never in my
quiz,
life has I come
Christian,
across such profanity.
name 3
Really?
countries that start with the letter G.
Germany.
This was
Guatemala.
just a podcast geography Panther platform Twitch. What did you say? What was it?
We need one more.
Guatemala.
Guatemala. What did you say?
Germany.
Germany. And is Georgia a country? Is there a country
yes,
called Georgia?
I think there is. Yes, I think there is.
There we go. There's our 3.
I don't.
Guatemala, Germany, and Georgia.
Hell yeah.
Ba-ba-bum.
Congrats. Yes! What's diamond mining level again?
Law knew that.
It's negative
69.
58. I know it's not that. I know it starts with a 5. You can't trick me.
7th out
It's
of
either 52 or
17?
58.
Okay. Okay. We're still in the top
What
10.
does that mean?
We ranked, I don't know, but we ranked in the top 10.
Who am I being ranked against?
Other
I need
streamers?
to know so I can go send them hate.
Don't we know we do not?
Kidding, I'm kidding. Other streamers couldn't reach that. Let's freaking go. I'm gonna have another chip. Chip review. These are pretty good chips, they're just a bit cold.
I haven't had Hungry Jacks in so long.
Look, sorry. Workers are watching. Hungry Jacks is our Burger King. It's literally the same. Different name. I found an underwater cave.
Oh, where are you?
I'm in
Where-
my strip mine.
Oh, okay.
You know, the one underneath your floor?
Yeah. The one that I
There.
kept open for you.
Yeah. Oh, this is like a glow squid farm. Holy crap. Well, we're gonna have so many iron frames after this.
Oh, I'm gonna stop placing the normal ones then.
I'll come up with my glow squids.
Speaking of underwater caves, thank you, Lucas. Everyone hydrate.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh,
Oh no!
that was my vanilla coke.
That was your-
I would bark properly, but it's 10 o'clock at night. And the neighbors can hear me. And they have very small children. I don't want to teach the children bad habits such as barking.
Start beef in the street.
I don't want to beef with them.
I don't believe that somehow.
No, because their kids like Miss Yoki, and whenever I take Yoki for a walk, they run down their lawn and they say hi to her, and she's so polite to them. Because they're small, they're like the same. Them standing up is the same height as Yoki when she's sitting down. And she sits there all polite and lets them touch around her head in a way that most dogs wouldn't allow. And she gets all happy. She's so nice to other people, and she's so mean to me.
Am I missing a
See my dog?
type of tree? Oh my god! I feel like I'm missing...
Oh,
isn't there a blue tree? Isn't there a blue tree?
Yeah, the
warped.
warped one.
Yeah, I don't have that, I don't think. No.
We can make it above this one, so they're a bit
More.
like together. Let me make a chest.
How many... How...
Like a few.
Is there another one I'm
More.
missing then? Because isn't there an even number of... Because wouldn't there be one also
Thank you.
here?
An even... Is there any... I don't know, actually. Is there?
Because 1,
Well,
2,
let's name
3,
them. Let's name
4,
the
5,
trees.
6, 7, 8, 9,
Oak.
10, 11. I have 11 things.
Oak, spruce,
Yes.
dark oak,
Yes.
birch, acacia,
Yeah.
pale,
Yeah.
cherry,
Jungle.
Jungle.
jungle, bamboo,
Oh, I don't have bamboo.
warped,
We can do the
crimsons.
bamboo here.
Bamboo
if
can
you
be
want.
up there. Yeah.
Oh, Didn't see that. Yeah,
my
and
God,
then
it
so
literally is a
there's
glow squid
where's the
farm.
chests?
I want to... What's this Mars looking at? I want to go see.
Oh my god.
I'm coming. Oh my god.
I've got a normal diamond block. You
What
know,
is
like
that
the
on
one
my
that isn't
roof?
deep slate ore?
Oh, get it.
That's a glow squid head
Oh,
above my
okay.
glow squid farm.
Oh, that's
So
kind of
then
cute.
There's a blue thingy here as well.
H-O-T-T-O.
O-G-O. You can
You
take
can
me hard
take
to
me
go.
hard to go.
I'm coming down, Miles. We've got an hour left to stream, and then we'll be raiding out to Tanya.
Oh, your armor is gonna make swimming in the ocean so much more fun for you.
Really?
You'll be able to hold your breath a whole lot longer, you can actually mine underwater a lot faster, and you can also move
Oh.
underwater a lot faster.
Oh yeah, I always go for diamond hunting in water caves. It's so much easier than all the mobs.
Try mining
Oh my
something.
god, my breathing doesn't disappear as much?
Yep.
It's so good.
But where do I breathe when I want to, need to?
you can just come back up here to this part.
I'm all turned around.
Or you can just mine above you and it doesn't take as long as it usually does.
I don't. Where's the way out? I can't see the way out.
Up here.
Same.
Can we have like something to differentiate with? Is there a way we can alert where this is?
Yeah. I'm gonna mark it with calcite. There you go, you can see it's calcite.
So this is just a huge plot.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna keep them going down, but like, a bunch of glow squid usually spawn in here. Apparently I'm a friend of the squids, because as soon as you shut up, they stop spawning.
They're over here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but usually there's more than that. And they spawned away from you, I had them spawning on me. There they are, look at all of them.
Look at all those glow squids.
My smite sword? It is. That's annoying. Okay, it's fine. Just takes 2 hits. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Take me far to go.
Let me go.
What are you doing?
There's something below.
Mm.
Oh my god.
What you found? Oh, did you just break into the geode?
Yeah.
What happened?
Now the question is how will I get back up?
Ow! What?
I'm locking you in there. I'm
Don't
locking you in
lock me
there.
in!
Where?
No, I'm locking Laura in there.
Why am I diving? Stop! Oh my god. I swear to God, every time it looked like I got out. But it,
That was
I
so
didn't.
funny to watch.
God dang it.
I'm making more item frames.
I'm making more chests. I have more item frames. What do you mean, by the way?
I'm making more.
I have way more.
I've messed up the stairs.
I'm making more.
Here. I have these stuff too. I'll do the chest, you do the item frames.
No, wait, hold on, come here.
No.
Oh
Done
my
deal.
god.
A done deal.
What do you mean,
a
done deal?
Done deal.
Like,
a done
You
deal.
can't force me to accept a deal. You
You
can't throw stuff at me and then walk away and go, done deal.
Done deal. It's a done deal. It's a done deal.
Oh, God.
Well, now I need to go get more glow squid because you have a bunch of normal. I'm gonna look up in there.
Let me-
I told you I had more. Yeah, no. That's so annoying because it looks like you get out, but then you can't.
What are you doing? Where are you going?
Why do you have that cobblestone? Give me that
I'm in a
cobblestone.
hole and I'm crying about it.
Give me that cobblestone. I put it elsewhere. Give me that.
Well, I did to
Give me it back.
law. Giving you guys equal treatment. I know you.
Don't start, you little dirty girl! Don't! Let me out! God! Oh. I don't have a sword anymore. I don't know what it. Oh, there's my sword. Found it.
I don't have my sharpness sword on me. It's gonna be awful.
I'm trying not to hit
Skill
Law.
issue, huh? Skill issue, huh?
Oh no. Oh,
Where's those gaps, huh? Where's those gaps? You're so fast. Holy shit.
oh God.
Damn it!
I was close though. I was close. I was only on 5 hearts.
Oh.
Using stab.
Yeah.
Something.
I didn't have my sharpness sword for half of that. I'm
I know.
carrying my sharpness sword from now on.
I told you that's the best sword. It's just
Well, yeah, for PvP, not for against mobs. I was using it because I was going caving and skeletons and zombies were there. So it was smart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go kill
Very
more glow
smart.
squid.
Ow! God. I made this drop myself. How?
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Do I have a calcite chest? One of these can become
I don't know.
calcite.
Could be honestly. I don't know what chests there are yet.
Thank you for your help, friends. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Oh shoot! I placed that wrong.
Dude,
Oh,
this
no, my
thing's
headphone's
sucking
dying.
me.
Excuse you?
Hello?
Oh, I'm getting sucked. Oh my god.
Hello?
What's going on over there?
What is happening in my good Christian Minecraft server?
I'm in this wet hole and it's sucking me.
I'm speechless.
You can't act like that after you guys were talking about your big hole the other day.
Ugh.
Yes, we can. We just did.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Freaking no. Oh, you can take me all to go. Where are my squids?
Oh no. Give me that back. Ow. Wink. Oh, this is horrible.
Oh my god.
Bless you.
What do you say to a cough? I think it is.
I thought you sneezed.
Man, I say bless you when you burp, so I just always say bless you. I
It
always
sounded
be
like you
blessing people.
sneezed.
No, that
Oh
was
my
a
god,
cough.
you in the Miles head, you scared me for a second. I was
Oh,
like,
I
how...
forgot.
What the hell? Why would that scare you?
You just appear. There is we have numerous evidence on film of you just appearing.
Poof.
You know, on my end, I don't just appear. I just walk up to you guys, and you're like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, the one where you were hiding around the corner, crouched. Oh, you just walked up to me with that one.
That was me being a little cheeky.
Oh my god.
A little cheeky.
You know, I do that to my dad IRL, but it's not even
Need
my
like
fault.
a
I think he's deaf.
food section. Where maybe food I
I
can do
scare
a
him all the
food
time.
section.
Apparently, I'm a very silent person. With the way
I
I
mean,
move
food is
and
not
go
that
about my
much. You
life.
could maybe do it here. If you want.
Hmm.
But honestly, you have a giant storage, so do it wherever. Oh my god! I want that glow squid head. I don't have it.
You want the glow squid head?
I do.
I have another glow squid head if you want it.
I do. I do want it.
I'm here.
I'm not gonna be able to get out.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O. You can take me hard to go. Where are you?
I'm in the
Oh.
walls.
You're in the... Oh, there you are. There you go.
Thank you. That's actually so pretty. It matches so well with the armor.
Oh my god.
Look how
What is
good.
it?
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Looks so good.
I like how the underside of it is. Put your head up like this.
What do you see?
It's the mouth.
Oh, you know what I also need to do? It.
Can you
Is
see
there a
it?
way to make like
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
I
moss
forgot I
farm?
don't have a neck. Yeah, you can see. You just see.
What's
underneath.
that?
Is there a way to make a moss farm that's a bit more intense
Yes.
rather than
Yes.
just bone mealing a bunch of moss?
Yes.
Because I need moss to do the walls
It includes redstone though. Where do you want it?
around the smelter.
It'll be too big for that. You need,
Oh,
like,
not the
dedicated space
farm,
to it.
but where I want the moss. Sorry, where I want the farm, I
no,
don't
where you
know
want-
because
where
I
you
don't
want
know
the
what the
farm.
farm. I don't know what the farm looks like, so I don't know how
You
to
need a
plan
decent sized room
accordingly.
for it. You can make a room in your hallway for it.
How big does it need to be?
If you dedicate me
why are
one
you
an
giggling?
entrance.
It just sounds so funny. You could dedicate a piece of your hole to it. I cannot.
It would actually be a great public farm.
It
Yeah.
actually gave me hiccups. Yeah, we all love moss.
Decide an entrance and I'll build. I'll build it eventually.
How about come down this way? Come on. Come. Actually,
Oh, you can make it
Yep.
parallel.
like in
My God.
Down
you have
this
so
way?
much-
Yeah.
Oh my God, Miles.
But then
Big
is there a
drink
way that
break,
you
don't know
can
if you
is there a
heard
way
it.
that you can make it that there's an exit on the other side? So you like walk through
Yeah.
it to another room? Okay.
Well, do you want to just give me creative liberty on it, or?
Just as long as you stay within like the hallway vibes that we've got going on.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea not to give me creative liberty.
Wait, I can think of
do you
somewhere
want it
else.
to be like?
Well, unless there's
Do you want
somewhere
it to be
else.
another hallway, or with that, and then like a room goes off it into the moss farm?
Yeah, sure, you could do
Or
that.
do you want it?
Do another hallway and then a room that goes into the moss farm.
How big is this hallway? Where's your dark oak?
I still need to move some stuff still. I tell you, when stream's over, I'm gonna pass the hell out. I can feel a
I have more
headache
chips
coming
to eat.
on.
Dude,
I'm
I
gonna
am
fall
going
asleep
to.
so quickly.
I'm gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna lay in my bed eating my chips. I'm gonna watch Shut Up and Talking, and I'm gonna draw. 1, 2,
So much
3, 4,
fun.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like the Joker there. I know how I got these scars. How tall? 1, 2.
It's the same height as this. And then every, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, every 6th thing there's a. You know you guys don't have to do this if you didn't want to, right?
Really?
I love procrastinating
Oh
my
my
own
God.
base.
Miles, stop giving away your secret. I mean, if you're pushing so hard, we can do it, you know?
I expect compensation.
I can, as I said, the compensation is all the cobblestone stone you want.
Oh yeah, I've been using that for sure. I just want to
I
no
do
brain
love
something, and I
cobblestone.
cannot no brain my own base.
Exactly. This is
I have to
true.
think about the gradient, and I don't wanna. I don't wanna.
I don't like thinking.
And
Well,
this
we're like the
echo
faces of
is-
anti-intellectualism.
The faces of anti-intellectualism.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
us.
think I've ever had such a. I don't know about.
I shall go
I
get
don't know how I
so-
feel about that.
Need to rest after stream. I can catch
Awesome.
you. Oh, that's right. Yeah, let's arrange that another day. We'll arrange that another day, Lucas. Because I will be headed to bed straight after this.
Is it okay if I make the moss hallway on like the second one of this? Like this is the entrance to the moss farm?
Yeah, if
Or
you
do
think that
want me to do on
works.
this one?
No, don't go
Which
into
one?
this.
This one or-
Don't do the first one. Do the second one.
So this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might give you more space as well.
Yeah. True. True.
Enjoy your nom noms. Enjoy.
Have good num noms.
I've somehow misplaced my food again.
Dude, I gave you like,
I know.
a whole stack
Where
of
did I? Oh, I
cold
put them in a
carrots.
chest.
What
You
do
know, I
mean?
put them in a chest because I'm so good.
That's not good. That's bad. The opposite of good. Bad. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
I was putting that there.
I need to get armor trim still. I feel like I just gotta go out and collect all of them, and then I'll just decide. I already have silence as well. think one of the rarest ones to get, if not the rarest. The only ones I can't
This-
collect at the moment are the ones in the end cities.
I like the rib one. The skeleton.
I have
one.
rib. I have rib.
All right,
I
no
just-
need,
I
no
don't
need to
wanna-
brag.
I don't wanna.
I can duplicate armor trims. It's
Just kidding.
fine.
A rib is the new Riz.
What the hell? Can we ban Law from the voice chat?
No.
Cancelled. We're all getting cancelled today.
Oh, we're both cancelled. Oh my god. Wait.
We're doing
I
really
might
well
say
for
what I was gonna
you know, a Minecraft server. I feel like we've got 2 cancels this early on. We're doing good. We're like on brand.
Yeah.
Freaking go. I was about to say that why don't all the cancelled people just get together and make a Minecraft server?
That's what we did, isn't it?
Okay, let me...
Oh, the echo is so satisfying while building.
I'm trying to search up... Let me look at moss
Oh my
farm design.
goodness, lol, look at you go.
Oh. You didn't see that?
What
I
are
was
you
doing
doing?
great. I was doing great. I'm stressed clicking now.
She's being perceived and now I've made a mess up. We have to look away.
Target practice. Let's freaking
Right in front of
go!
that. I dug down and I still sat right in front of it. Fire! It's
Could double as a
fire
bone meal
going
farm.
It's just-
But we don't need a bone meal farm.
We don't need that. I was gonna say like, oh, that's.
We already
that's
have
also
too many
not what I was
bones.
gonna
We
do.
have a whole town dedicated to them. Boner.
Boner.
Boner Central.
Boner. I keep on going to call it Boner.
Yeah, I don't think.
Bonerville.
I mean,
That's the sister
Yeah.
city.
True.
you should make that. We should expand the lore.
Yeah.
That's what we can call the dirt section. Actually, no. The dirt section means something else.
Oh no. Oh.
This is the same farm that Philza built on his hardcore world. I'm gonna build this one. I love Philza.
Oh no, my headphones died. I can't hear anything. Oh,
Oh, quick!
man.
Lord, we need to say stuff. We need
And
to
I
say
don't
stuff.
have a
We need to say
charging
stuff.
cord.
Stop.
Oh,
We need to
man.
say awful things. We need to say awful things.
Oh,
No,
man.
you'll get cancelled again.
Oh, dear.
I'm already cancelled. You can't
You'll
do it
get-
again.
Oh, no.
I'm immortal now.
Uh,
They
I
can't
can't tell
cancel
what
me if I
you're
refuse to
yelling
get
in
cancelled.
game. That makes me nervous.
Arrgh!
Okay, I can hear you for a moment. What were you up to?
Nothing.
Okay, I was worried Miles might have been getting up to mischief.
Oh, why would you assume that? I was actually so polite.
Flashbacks to TNT.
Who's actually barking?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
It's fine. No profanity. We're good.
I don't say profanities. I'm literally family friendly. I'm a family friendly person. I walk around with a massive G. With a massive G
What?
taped to my forehead.
I wasn't
so people
sure
know
what you were
rating I
going to
am.
say after I walk around with a massive. I wasn't sure where that was going.
Same.
I just told you I'm rated G. What did you expect me to
I
do?
just didn't know.
What were you
We were
expecting?
just stressed.
Okay. I'm gonna use your big smelter.
Okay. I'm going to cook some
H-O-T-T-O-G-O. You can take me far to go. Oopsies. I did not mean to put a whole stick in there. Oh crap. Yeah. And then we need. Dude, little fuck better not steal all this.
Will you stop being mean to my child? He's doing his
I'm just
best.
calling him by his name. I'm just calling him by his name. Oh, I need slime balls.
I think I have one or two.
I think I'm gonna have to suck it up and eventually find a slime chunk.
You need.
And if you find a slime chunk, you'll have to
pistons?
inform Echo of the same because Echo's been desperately trying to find slime chunks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to. I've got my vanilla Coke.
That's
You
good for
need
you.
sticky pistons?
I need sticky pistons, yeah.
I have 3.
That is not enough.
I know.
You failed me. I'm kidding.
Well, again, sounds like kind of you issue, to be honest.
Excuse you.
You will be excused. It's okay. It's okay, Mouse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Ugh, everyone stretch. Everyone stretch.
No.
Yes. Stretch.
No.
Ugh. We've got half an hour left. We can do this.
Got this.
We can do this. And tomorrow I'll be able to rest a little bit more before stream, so it's okay.
I'm looking at seed
Yes,
maps, seeing if
rest
there's a
is
swamp
very
nearby, but it doesn't.
Do,
A
do you want
swamp?
these?
Yeah. What's going on?
That's all those
I mean,
fucking
I'll take
things I
them.
got.
I'll take them for the moss farm. I still need. How many more do I need? 15. We'll figure it out.
We can go. I've looked. I've been far for the map, and I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't
really found
seen a
a-
swamp.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have only. No, I don't think I've actually seen a slime before.
Did you get these from Wandering Trader?
I did not. I took them from a temple.
Oh, okay. Well, there. I have found a swamp biome on the map. It
Oh.
is.
Is it far?
It's
think I've
around 1,000 blocks out.
The swamp. Isn't there a swamp
it's not too
near
bad.
Quartz? The Quartz village? Isn't that a swamp?
Is.
Oh, which is the
I don't
quartz?
think
Share
I
the
have.
quartz village
Yeah, I
with me?
don't think I have
Yeah,
that one.
Quartz is.
Ay. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do.
Because I'm fairly certain it's borders onto the swamp biome,
Oh,
right?
that's
Because like
also
mangroves are
not-
in swamps, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a mangrove swamp. Does slime spawn in mangrove
Oh,
swamps?
I don't know.
There was also
I know they
another.
do in like the regular ones.
Let me go outside so I can actually see my full map.
Yeah,
They
I
do.
have the same
They
issue.
yes, they do.
They do?
There was also another
we can just
swamp that
Not
was.
sleep and hang out at a swamp at night.
There was another swamp down here. And that's
See, oh yeah, see that's where I was kind of looking.
yeah.
Yeah, well, we should head down there. It's gonna be a bit of a trek though.
I have a teleport right
Um,
nearby. Because there's a village nearby.
Well, I don't.
Wait, which way is it?
We need to. Is there a waypoint in that village?
Yeah, there's a. Da-da-da.
Okay.
There's a That.
Okay. I am going to go and head over to that, and then I'm gonna get that waypoint, and then I'm gonna kill some slimes.
Okie doke.
Wait, I wanna come. I wanna come.
You wanna come? Okay. It's gonna be a bit of a
Because you
while.
could teleport. Do you
fine.
have the planes waypoint? The planes
No.
1 waypoint that's near Gobcraft? Okay, well you
I
can go to
haven't
Lucas
been
and
down
then
there.
go to Lucas
Yeah,
and
Do you
then...
go down
have
from there, I think.
Lucas's? Do you have Lucas's waypoint?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Gobcorp and then we
Oh, I
head
can
on.
just grab a quick horse. I just realized, and then it'll be faster,
Wait,
right?
yeah, like let me I'll go grab one of my horses. I know my horses aren't as quick as yours. Wait, can I go to your base pick up one of yours?
Yeah, of course.
I may accidentally kill it, but we won't talk about that.
Hello.
No,
Hello.
no,
Hello.
Don't,
Hello.
don't you dare kill it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I won't purposely kill it. I just
Ooh, I need to fix
stuff
the-
happens.
Oh my god.
Which one do you want me to take?
The one with the diamond armor.
No, you take that one.
Can we craft? Let me try. Can I
Listen,
craft?
if I kill a horse, it's going into lava. It's not making its way out.
Yeah, it's not me, and I'm not going to send it down a
Leather
ravine.
horse armor. I don't think we can craft the other.
No, we can. We've got a data pack. We've got
Oh,
a
you
data
need a
pack.
saddle.
We can craft
I
saddles as
can-
well.
I was gonna say I have a saddle.
We can craft
Look at
everything.
that. Look at that. Okay, then they'll be a little bit better protected.
Why is this guy not giving this guy a little flower?
I don't know, but he's also. I might need to remove them from each other.
What?
It sounds so weird.
Oh,
They're stuck.
I didn't know that you could do that.
I mean, I thought it'd be easier, but I guess not, because he hasn't had a flower, and he's also not turned blue, and I like this blue, so he needs to turn blue.
Did
but he's
you
not doing it.
wax him?
I did not. I mean, I did to unwax him because I was like, maybe I did by accident, but no.
Oh, my dog's back. Hello, Yogi.
Another Miles head.
Let me pet your head.
How many
Yogi.
Miles
Come here.
heads exist in this world right now?
A lot, I think.
Yogi,
I have
come
3.
here. Hello,
display.
puppy.
And then there's like, what,
I
6?
have 0 still, I think.
Well-
I think I have none.
Well, now's your time. Strike now.
I let people kill me.
Let's go.
I like seeing my head everywhere. I like killing people and then going so no head.
Oh, Miles! Oh my god.
I'm scared if I stop petting my dog, she's gonna get angry with me. Yogi. Panting at me. Okay. Bye bye, Miss Yoki. You can leave now. Don't look at me with those big old eyes. Which one's mine? Which one's mine?
Oh my god, not that one. I don't know. You didn't want the diamond one? I can have this
Well,
one.
that's
I
your
always
one,
take
isn't it?
This one. I always kind of take it because it's pretty fast, but it's okay
I'll
if
take
it
one
dies.
that doesn't have.
You better take this armor though. Turn it, put it on.
Let's freaking
Okay.
go!
Where to? I forgot
Horses.
already.
You can ride the horse and go through the waypoint.
Oh really? Oh, I
Yeah.
just lead them actually. That's fine. We can do. Oh, it's gonna be night. That's perfect timing. Not. Okay. Where are you at?
Lucas's Gobcorp.
Oh,
I can't even say it.
Gobcorp.
Gobcorp.
Gobble gobble.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
I'm right here.
No, you're not.
I took the other waypoint.
What's the other waypoint? Where are you? There's 2 waypoints? Where's the other waypoint?
Yeah, from the village.
Oh.
Like right here,
Okay.
but
Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna need a
well, you get
bunch
this way.
of
right here.
bone meal.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ooh,
Oh,
we
we have
have
a
if
lot
you
of
go
bone meals.
to
Yeah.
Boner Central, there's a bunch of bone meal there.
If you
Wait,
go to
oh,
Boner
dark, it's so
Central.
dark.
Oh my
It's so
gosh.
dark.
Boner Central is the place to be for bone meal. You
God
also have
damn,
your own
your horse
skeleton
is
farm,
way
don't you?
faster.
Oh yeah. Let's hope I don't kill it.
Please don't. I want to read that one. We should have read it before we left.
I'm pretty sure we already did.
Okay, well, there's probably good ones in there. I still need to do the mod.
Let me go. Skeleton horses are actually so good. They swim
Yeah.
through water. They sink, but they swim through at the same speed that they normally are.
That's actually nice.
Yeah.
I mean, the walking is nice.
I had 2 that were like 3-block jumpers and 2 that were like 2-block
Oh.
jumpers.
Oh,
I think you got one of the 2 ones.
Yeah.
The screaming when I don't know
We'll
what's
just-
going
we'll just
on.
Fell.
Oh.
I just fell in a hole. I'm in F5.
Ghost?
Like, how?
Lucky
and I
it's a
lost my
water
torch.
hole.
It's a water hole.
Oh
It's
wait,
a
you can't
well.
place glowberries on leaves, can you?
No, you can't.
Okay, I need to
Oh
get
my-
out of F5 because I cannot.
For my build, I was like hiding slabs and stuff
Oh,
in
no.
trees to.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
here,
I
bud.
know.
Get up, get up, get up.
And this is why I made the bottom of my thing green.
Let's go.
Oh,
Thinking
man.
ahead.
I should actually
Get
have
all
brought some
those
moss.
chickens.
Glowberries can go on the underside of moss.
They should be
Blueberries
able to
can
because
go
they're
on
full
the
blown.
other side of full
I just want
blocks,
some light.
What about glow lichen?
Shroom. Oh, yeah. Oh shit. Shroom lights.
Dreamlights are. I don't
They're very
bother with
bright,
them
though.
until I make a farm. Because
I love shroom lights.
yeah, but they're such a pain to
Mhm.
get.
Yeah. I love frog lights.
Ow.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
shroom
we
lights.
need
I was
frog
thinking of
lights.
frog lights. No,
Oh, you
shroom
were
lights
thinking
are
of-
Away from ours.
Yeah,
I was thinking of
What's-
frog lights.
Actually, I was
I just wanted to
thinking,
check what the time
let's
is.
make a frog light farm like sometime
Yes.
soon.
That's on
Yes.
my list. I wanna because we're on the nether roof now because of the wither farm. Even though it's
Mhm.
it's mostly a solo one, but like I was thinking we make a portal near spawn that puts you straight on the nether roof, and then we can start making like gold farms and bartering farms and all that. I think one of the only the only book you can't really farm is Swift Sneak 3. And
Yeah.
that annoys me.
Same. Because I want it.
Yep.
Wait, is there a
I was-
village here
I was
with a
lucky to grab it.
waystone?
What
I
village are
think,
you
yeah,
near?
this one will have one.
There's a village. Yep, there it is. Gotcha, bitch. Ruby.
Yeah.
Oh, I see where you are. You're getting closer.
Sorry.
They're getting
Yeah, where we
closer.
I got
I did
triggered.
not know what just happened.
The
Yeah,
waystone
from the
was called
Kaiser
Ruby.
Chiefs. Yeah,
From
Kaiser
the
Chiefs.
from the what?
You don't know
Kaiser
that
Chiefs.
song. Oh my god.
I don't know.
It's a
I don't-
good
Cancelled
song.
once again. Cancelled once again.
Oh, that's my third cancellation. At one point, do they start cancelling them with each other out?
I cancel your cancel.
Cancel. Cancellation.
I'm cancelling my attempt at cancellation.
Oh my god, I can't believe you're missing
God.
out, man. It's a
Welcome
good
back,
song.
Mr. Phoenix. Of
I was
course.
listening.
Yeah.
I was
What-
listening to
what,
My Way by Frank Sinatra.
what fun facts have we got
walking
now?
my dog today.
Oh, that's cute.
Or what fun facts did you
It felt
spread?
ethereal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ethereal.
I
I had a
never gone
moment where I
through
was
it.
like,
Wow.
yeah, this is what life.
Oh.
This is the meaning to life. When people ask what's the meaning
This
to
is
life,
it.
None
what's
at
the
the moment,
purpose,
that's
I said,
okay.
This is it. My Way by Frank Sinatra.
Fair
Super
enough.
tired right now.
What is
You
a
and me
man?
both. I am very much
What
looking
has
forward
he
to
got?
falling into my bed.
If
Fair
not
I
question,
don't like,
though.
I don't like traversing on horse through the jungle. My
Me
god,
neither,
I'm
but
stuck.
we're doing it.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck as well.
Java or Bedrock? We're playing on Java.
You just bumping your head. Are you
It's an invite-only server, but we do have a channel point redeem for folks that have hung around to join.
It needs to be going more that way.
Wait,
actually.
Ruby was in Guitar Hero? Which one? What?
Ow. My head. Oh, I'm going on the leaves. Oh, yeah, that's my bad. My bad, Hoshi.
Wait, this is still so dark. Oh my god.
Where are you? Oh?
I'm going
Hello?
towards the waypoint.
Hello?
Hello?
Currently, Miles and Law are going on an adventure to a swamp.
Yeah. Make some of that. Oh, I almost fell in a hole.
So what
Okay,
are y'all up to?
I reached water again.
We are finding a swamp biome to get a bunch of
village.
slimes for the moss
Yeah.
farm.
Ooh, I love
How's
that.
the
I
village?
love that.
I fell down. The village next to you has a waystone. I want that.
Oh, over there, yeah.
I'm 200 blocks off. I'm coming though.
Whoopsies. But yeah, we've solved the service
Whoopsie
coal
poopsies.
shortage.
Yeah. Skelly, Skelly farm. That's so nice.
So it has some conditions not working, but it's fine.
Oh my goodness.
We should set
All the
aside
way up
time,
there.
Miles, like not next week. That
Oh.
doesn't work. For you to take me there.
Click it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ow.
I had a
Hello.
question, by the way. Who would like to do some ocean exploring today?
Oh,
Me.
I was thinking of
Pick me.
what
Yeah,
I wanted
I'll
to do
join
today
you.
in the stream.
I volunteer as tribute.
I'll join in on that.
Ah, nice.
be
So
headed to
we
bed,
just need
but-
like 2 boats. I want. It could be smart to go for like.
Do we want to get some
Bruce
water
Marine
breathing if we
first?
come across a... Yeah, do we want to brew
Yeah,
some water
yeah.
breathing?
Oh, that's a good
But yeah,
idea.
so I already have like puffer
You
fish
cut
and
out.
stuff.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
I already got, and then there was silence.
Yeah, the puffer fish and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And setups. I already put
That's good.
put together an ocean exploration bundle like a few weeks ago.
Oh, let's go.
I actually gave
Bird.
Pop one.
Oh, okay.
I gave them one.
Oh, and a bucket
an
of milk would be nice.
Ocean exploration. Oh, true.
Should we grab some
For
some
the-
of those
if you've got
archaeology
some-
brushes as well? Because there's a lot of
Yeah. I've got brushes.
Yeah.
I've got brushes.
Let's go. I haven't actually
So
done that.
my
before.
my main reason
the
for ocean
sea
exploration is
turtles.
snippers.
I
So-
do love sniffers. I have
Okay.
been
They're
just
very cute.
literally doing some
I have-
and
I've never done
Brush.
anything with snippers yet.
Yeah,
I
modest.
love
you need
sniffers. They have the
votes
best
to get to the ocean to
flowers
get
and-
not alive.
I mean, we can
Not
also
alive
just
better, they say.
What is the time? I'm
Yeah.
keeping an eye on the time because
Yeah,
we'll
I
need
mean,
to
yeah,
rate
you
that's
do
the
out.
have
goal.
underwater breathing with them. It's nice.
We'll need to rate out then.
We need some
Oh, I
sandals.
love the Happy Gas one building on the underside of a
Sandals?
thing.
Yeah, same.
Yes.
Or just my wall
So
actually,
good.
because
Yeah, true.
first
true,
day
true.
I died so many times just building my wall and falling down because it's so high.
I fell so many times on the creeper farm.
We all just keep dying. And now I have feather falling, so now I just be casually jumping off.
Oh yeah, did you see that video where
Do it. All right, I will get us ready because we'll need to rate out in 10 minutes. So I will get us set up to do that. Jeez, Boba. Okay, let me park myself somewhere. I want to pat your avatar's head. I need to add it on my many list of things to do is to fix up the head pat redeem. I need to fix that up. 'Cause it broke. Let me move to my just chatting screen and we'll vibe here for a bit. I'll leave that one. But thank you for vibing with me today. I know it was meant to be Final Fantasy, but I just wasn't vibing with it. After. So I was a bit tired because I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna snooze those ads when they show up. So if I go, I should be able to. Or snooze ads. Sweet. We've snoozed the ads for the next little bit. But yeah, we were live today for the Rainbow Beacons raid train. We will be live again tomorrow. We'll be doing some Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. We'll be doing another 4-hour stream. I'll be a little bit more prepared this time. I had a lot of fun doing a little collab stream earlier today with Jazz and Mo and Diva and a couple of other friends. But I was not anticipating that I would laugh as much as I did. And so in turn, I'm a bit tired when I started stream today. But tomorrow I'll be more prepared, more rested, and I'll be a bit more higher energy because I can feel myself crashing right now. We will be raiding Tanyo in about 8 minutes. Who Tanyo jumped into call just at the end there. Yeah. But this train is running for the next couple of days. So if you do find yourself wondering Twitch at any point, wondering where to go, highly recommend jumping on board with this train. Even if you can't donate, at least getting viewership kind of helps boost the train and hopefully get some more eyes on it. We're benefiting. If I just do that, does that work? Yes. We're raising money for Melon and B to help them financially with some moving costs, medical expenses, and helping out with some debt. So if you can donate, if you're able, you can find the link there. Yeah. Yeah. I am excited. So I need to still work on getting my storage a bit more set up here in Minecraft. So I need to do a bit more of that. I also need to finish doing my big dome terrarium thing and my farms. I need to finish setting that up. So much to do, so little time. But our next Minecraft stream will be next week on Friday, and we are actually going to be doing a trial chamber together on the server. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna have a great time. But next week will be my last slot of streams before I'm away for a week. Do I have anything else to share right now? Not really. But yeah, definitely highly recommend jumping along the train. There's some lovely folks that are part of it. It's only in its first day today, and it is ending, for me, it is ending on Monday at 2 p.m? Am I that right? Yeah, Monday 2 p.m. for me. So if you're in Sydney, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, that's the time for you. But we will be heading over to Tanyo, so let me do our little... I'm gonna snooze these. Go away. If I can remember.
The Rainbow Beacon's first mutual aid raid train is departing shortly. Thank you for visiting, and remember to be kind and respectful as we arrive at the next station.
that it was a little bit out of whack, our sound alerts, but that's fine. But we have a special raid message today. We will be raiding our friend Tanyo, who is currently streaming more Rockcraft SMP. So, and the sound of it, you'll get more of Miles and Law as well. But thank you very much, everyone, for vibing with me. I do upload VODs over on YouTube. So if you want to watch back anything, want to catch up on anything, want to see more Minecraft videos, you can catch it over there. I think I have this one set up. Yes, I will have some YouTube video. I'm going to be editing the my point of view from Jazz's stream today. I will be editing that tomorrow and aiming to have that uploaded tomorrow as well. So if you want to watch that back, you can. Thanks for stream. Thanks for putting this whole organization together. And again, if people aren't following Mo, that's a crime. That's a crime. But tomorrow I'll be more prepared, I think, for stamina wise. But tomorrow we'll be on the train again, but we'll be doing some Indiana Jones because I really want to get through as much story as I can. Let me set up this actual raid. We're heading over to Tanyo. Who I did check was live. Grab that raid message and dump it in chat. I will be doing a raid and run because I am very tired and I can feel a bit of a headache coming on. So I am going to raid, run, and go to sleep so fast. No one's ever gone to sleep quite as fast as I will. Do I have anything else to share? I shared the VODs. Oh, also as well, if you want to follow TikTok, you can follow TikTok as well. And again, if you want to keep up with the train, there is a schedule over on Raid Pal. Definitely highly recommend sticking along with the train. Do I have anything else to share? I don't think so. We had fun. We'll continue to have fun. So I will see you whenever I see you next. Stay safe. You're amazing. Bye.